Talk to Zanesville rep.
Dimitri Johnson, OOD Council.
Christy Howe, Program Manager.
Sally Nunes, Area Manager.
Amy Sager, Reporting Manager.
Brian Honan, representative from the Attorney General's Office.
You're going to have to turn the volume on.
John Decker, Georgia Columbus Rep.
All right. Is that everybody? I'm sorry. We need to get everybody who's on the phone. Need to get everybody who's on the phone. I'll go by area real quick. Any operators or BE staff from Cleveland? Cleveland going once, twice, third and final.
304-724-884.
Hold on, Dave.
14405033333.
Speech off. Oh, wow.
Speech off.
Moving to Toledo. Any operators or BE staff from Toledo?
This is Lynn Hutwick.
Lynn Hustwick and
Jeannie Schneider.
Jeannie Schneider, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Lynn. Good morning, Jeannie.
Dwayne Burkholder.
Dwayne Burkholder,
Morning,
okay.
Morning.
Anyone else from Toledo? All right, let's move to, I'll give Toledo once, twice, third and final time. Zanesville, any operators or BE staff from Zanesville? Zanesville, once, twice, third time. Let's move to Akron Canton. Any operators or BE staff from Akron Canton?
This is Dean.
Good morning, Dean.
It's Dean,
Hamilton.
Dean Hamilton.
Yep. Anyone else from Akron Canton?
Kelsey Burrier, consultant.
Kelsey Burrier, okay.
Good morning, Kelsey.
Good morning.
Anyone else from Akron Canton? Akron Canton once, twice, third time. Let's move to Columbus, Ohio. Any BE staff or operators from Columbus?
Mark.
Mark Wood.
Mark Wood. Any others from Columbus?
Enabled. Folder A.
Columbus going once, going twice.
Sorry, Orville, consultant from Columbus.
All right,
Wolville, Sharp.
Sharp, yeah. We
You
have,
all do, Zanesville, yes,
oh, there you are, Yvette. Yvette
Yvette Shackelford,
Yeah,
Zanesville, okay.
yes. I'm sorry.
no problem.
No problem.
Not your fault, we were having some technical issues.
We're having some technical issues.
They're fixed.
Yes.
Anyone else in Columbus, so that I don't forget anyone? Okay, let's move to Dayton, Ohio. Any operators or BE staff in Dayton? Dayton going once, twice, third and final time?
Well, you already know I'm on, you already know I'm on the contract, so.
Yeah, I was expecting someone else to be on there from Dayton. And then let's move to Cincinnati. Any BE operators or BE staff in Cincinnati, or from Cincinnati, however you want to say it? Cincinnati going once, twice, and third and final time. If somebody comes on late, we'll always get them included, but I need to do this during roll call. So I think roll call is complete now, and I think now we're going to move into approval of the April 21st, 2023 minutes. So if someone would like to make a motion and a second so that we can get those opened up for discussion and see if there's any edits or corrections that need to be made.
I'll second.
Okay.
John, Annette?
Yep. John,
Okay.
Diaco, Giorgio, and Annette. John with and Annette with a second. So, all right, now we can open it up for discussion. Any corrections or edits to the April 21st OVRC meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, this is Christy, and I have a couple. I thought I had it up. I'm looking for it real quick. Let's go back to my original notes. Under DSCC, and again, this is just a clarifying thing. I think, Derek, you said that all businesses are being temped at DSEC, and I just wanted to make note that Scott Allen is running a permanent facility there. And then there was one thing that was attributed to Demi, and she wanted a correction on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Demi from OOD. So in the notes it says, and I forget where in it, but I have the thing. It says Dimitri, responding to further questions from Derek, clarified that the attorneys involved in negotiating a contract must always seek feedback from operators as they've done with the ODOT BGA. What I said was, I am an attorney representing the agency, and I don't make my own, initiatives. I get that from my client, and I would also get that information from the operators who are affected by that particular BGA. So I just want to say, like, it's always important to get that feedback from the affected operators on anything that would cause them harm, but I didn't say attorneys must do that, because one, I'm not a decision maker, two, I can't make that distinction. I just wanted to, clarify that in case people are reading that later and they're like, who is she? You think she is, type of thing. So,
Okay.
But that being said, obviously I want that feedback as the attorney. I want everybody to tell me what's going on, how they feel, but it's not a must in the legal world. Is you shall, this is by rule, this is by law, this is like, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that's too technical, but I just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
All right. Any other edits or corrections?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I didn't say that, but if it's recorded that way, it's inaccurate. So please change that.
Yeah.
So I think it needs, the motion needs to change that with those.
Yeah, I think we need to fix the motion if everybody's comfortable with those corrections, that the minutes be accepted as corrected, and Chris will make those changes. But that's up to John.
No, yeah, of course. That's a good reason. So I need to change my motion to accept as corrected part of the discussion today.
Yeah, and I agree.
And an S.
Second, yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and to make those corrections. And I will call for the vote. John?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Yes.
Larry? Derek?
Yeah,
Did I?
that's it.
That's it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Motion passed. I'm used to having more people here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. The next thing on the agenda is the,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Was there somebody in Dayton that you'd like me to try to contact if they might be having trouble to get
I
in?
think Gary Black wanted to be on the phone. I didn't know if he just wanted to participate in the meeting or if he had public comment. I sent him the agenda, through Keith Trammell, and told him to just tap the number listed and he should be automatically connected. But I didn't hear him during roll call, so that's who I was kind of,
Do you want me to shoot him a text?
yeah, or, if he needs you to call him, if he wanted, I don't know if he wanted public comment or exactly what he was trying to do, so.
Frank, by the way, Connie, standing clear, enjoyed the call, I had trouble.
That's fine. Connie Standing Clear is on there, Chris, for your record.
Okay, great.
From
And Julie
Toledo.
Russell also.
Okay.
Julie Russell, Columbus.
Yep.
Excellent.
Mr. Chair, Dave Paget.
Dave Paget, Cleveland. Dave Paget,
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Alternate.
Yep. Next item on the agenda is the April 21st, 2023 motions. I think, were they all accepted? I think they were all accepted. I don't have them in front of me right this minute, but.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I apologize. This is John Kennedy. I'm also on the call.
John Kennedy. Okay, great.
Zanesville.
Zanesville. Okay.
The only follow-up I had with the motions, Christie, was the motion that was made about Farmers Ridge and UC to do the research. I didn't know if you guys were able to find anything out or I believe the motion was adopted and that you guys were in the process of doing that. Didn't know if that has went anywhere or not, but I figured I would ask.
Mr. Chair, it has. I don't know if you want that now or when we get down to that subject.
We can do it That's fine, we can wait till we get to it and see if anybody else shows up. But I just wanted to make sure we followed up with it.
Gary Black. Okay.
There's Gary.
Okay.
There you go. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome, Gary. Good morning. And, all right. So everybody, no concerns or issues over the motions. All right. Now we're going to move into, the next item on the agenda is public comment. So we're going to move into the public comment portion.
What about
State.
the draft minutes from OVRC from the meeting last week?
Oh, those went out so late. So, yeah, before I jump to public comment, let's talk about statewide. Did everybody have a chance to get through the minutes from statewide?
Yeah.
Okay, if everybody's comfortable, we can get a motion and a second to discuss those.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll second.
and Annette seconds, all right. So we have the motion and a second to discuss the statewide minutes. I will open it up for discussion. Any issues or concerns? Or corrections, or anything like that? All right, not hearing any. I'll call for the vote. John?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
And
Derek.
Derek? Good grief.
Yes, thank you.
There needs to be more people. Okay, motion passes. Now we will move to public
Okay.
comment. All right, anyone here have public comment? Okay. Well, we will get to the phone in just a second. I just wanted to make sure that, all right, it doesn't sound like anybody in the room has public comment. So now I will move to, and I guess I'll do this by area as well. Anyone from Cleveland have public comment?
No.
No. Anyone from Toledo have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Connie standing clear.
Go ahead, Con.
I've always believed with using telephony for all the years that I've used it, that the code at the end, the authorization number, meant that it was authorized, that had been taken care of, that it was done, it was over. Just like any other confirmation number you get from any other company or any other business. I found out with the confirmation from talking to people at statewide, it doesn't mean that. What does it do? Is it nothing? It's no confirmation number that can't be accepted that you tried to pay your bill and that you paid your bill. So now I'm wondering, am I safe with using telephony? Am I safe using any program with the state that pays my bill? But if I get a confirmation number, what's it? If it's not a confirmation means that it's finished, it's done. I can breathe easy until the 24th of the next month, which is a deadline that I never have had to hit. But I was gone and tried to get mine done just like I got it done before statewide this month. I got it done on the 1st. The confirmation means I can breathe easy until the 24th of next month and not have to have a report in. So it gives me that breathing time and that reassurance. Now I find it doesn't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Anyone else from Toledo? Okay, let's move to Akron Canton. Anyone from
This is Dean.
Good morning, Dean. Go ahead.
Good morning. So my comment is, back when the Bureau started to force operators to do their MOR on either the Ohio Gateway System or the telephone system, also known as the IVR system, back then, we were promised that both systems would be fair and equal and have equal accessibility. What has happened through the years? The Ohio Business Gateway has updated their system to make it better, and the IVR system has not kept up with those upgrades. And what I want to say here is, anyone on the committee does not believe that Title II of the American Disability Act, that federal law, is being broken because of this issue. If you don't believe that, please call me. Working with two attorneys who would love to talk to anyone on the committee. One of the attorneys is from the Disability Rights Ohio, and the other one is from NSB. So what I want to say is the ICR system is a good system, but where it blows up is when we make our payment. And the system also lies to us, and it talks about the payment, and it gives us a confirmation number that means nothing. And we need a confirmation number that means something. And also, I just want to say, if the Bureau is going to try to throw out all this stuff about it's going to cost so much money to do it, I am also being told that it shouldn't cost that much. And also, since the BE program is a state program, it should come out of the money should come out of the state's budget, not the BE budget. And also, there could be federal money to help BE comply with federal law. And that's what I got to say.
All right. Anyone else from Akron Canton? Okay. Let's move to Zanesville. Anyone from Zanesville for public comment? All right. Let's move to Columbus.
Yes, this is Julie Russell.
Go ahead, Julie.
And I was wondering if anyone has even talked to the telephony system about the cost. This is not a change, it's a tweak. Several bankers will tell you that they give our number, except they'll say like 0802. At the end, it won't give you the whole number. This is actually safer because your number is blocked except the last four than if you put it in every time. If you put it in every time, if there were a hacker, bad English, then they could hear your whole number, whereas if you disguise it and just give the last four numbers, it's more protected. There should be a security system on this program because our Social Security numbers are in there, guys. So there should be a very tight, good Social Security system already in place, so it would not affect the numbers. This is according to some people at the bank that I've talked to. And also, we spent a lot of money on a BOPS program that nobody is using. Maybe a couple, but not many. And so it shouldn't cost a lot to tweak something, and this should just make the problem go away. We're making way more out of this than should be made, unless there's something in the telephony system that we don't know about. You know, maybe there's no support for it anymore. Anyway, that's probably all I have to say.
Anyone else from Columbus? Okay, I do have one other operator who sent me an email last night with their public comment. I want to make clear this is not my public comment. This is Mike Russell's written public comment. And I'm just going to read it. It says, somewhere around the year 2008 and 2010, there was a grievance as well as a petition about telephony. The operators wanted the state to not make them stop filing paper monthly operating reports until both systems were the same. In an OVRC meeting, Steve Moore, program manager, agreed that they did not have to file reports on the gateway until the telephony until they were comparable or comparable. The other reason the telephony and gateway should be comparable is that OOD, as a medium-sized employer in Ohio, wants to set an example of accommodations and inclusion Thank you, Mike Russell, Facility 442. One last time, anybody from Columbus? I don't think so. All right, let's move to Dayton, Ohio. Anyone from Dayton with public? Yep, Yvette.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Okay. This is a topic, this IVR system, call-opity, is dear to my heart because this anytime we are penalized for lack of not paying or not paying our service charge on time, and you all speak about there is no monetary penalty. Where is the penalty? Because if you're attempting, I mean, this operator in question, because I experienced this over 4 years ago with the same system, attempting to put in my account number, which, if anybody knows, your account number is over 21 digits long. Okay, being totally blind, you do this most of the time, right? Yeah, but that one time, I might have missed a digit. At that time, the telephony system did not read you the numbers back. Well, even after I got penalized, lost the location, because I'll remind you all, this is our careers. This is what we do. This is how we move up in the system. When we're penalized, it affects our life. It affects whether you move up or what you do. Okay? And when I was penalized, I lost a lucrative location because of this system. You say, oh, well, you should try, and I've heard this nonsense. Oh, you should just file your report earlier. I met the deadline. I did what I was supposed to do. The system failed me. Yes, this system at its current state, it's a great system. It took, first of all, I'm using the OVD system. It took my independence away. The one thing that system does, it gives us independence. Okay, that we can put in, but it is not perfect. There is things that need to happen that you all need to realize that affects you. You have to put in 21 digits. At the time, it didn't read it back. They went in and they fixed that problem. It reads it back. The only problem is that's a lot of digits. You're asking people not only might be blind, they have multiple disabilities. Some of us just don't have blindness or visual impairment. Some of us have multiple disabilities. You're telling me that that's not against the American Title II? That you're asking us to try to put in 21 digits, a routing number, account number. I am sure that you all are in the room that have no visual impairment. Have to double check and triple check when you put your account number in anything. And you're asking us, who is totally blind, who is trying to meet our obligations, to put these numbers in and never make a mistake, never miss a digit, and you tell me that's not against our rights? The one thing you all have to realize, and I'm talking in those of you who are visually impaired, should realize that the obligation is on the state to make this system where it's fair to all of us. Navigation, just because it talks, means nothing. We need to be able to navigate, operate, assess, and do all the things that a sighted person, clear playing field. Now, you all who use the OVD, you can type the numbers in. Some of you have vision, y'all can see it. You're asking us to memorize it. Then when something reads the numbers back to us, 21 digits back to us, you're supposed to get it right every time. Are you kidding me? And you all call that fair? Unreasonable. I've heard some really outlandish. First of all, OVRC is supposed to represent the operator. You are our HR department. You're supposed to back us up when our rights are being. This is a violation of a right because it affects us. Not only us moving up in our careers, but it affects us being able to do what we attempted to do, is to pay our service charge. I don't understand why we do not stand together to make sure, if you're going to require, just like this call today, which is a great example, you had a number with one tap mobile. It allows a clearing playing field for me to be able to call in and to join my fellow operators on this call. But it didn't work today. So what I had to do, there's a lot of numbers to do that. I had to pull my husband, he had to try to get this number in and get the code in and get the digits in. I would not have been able to do that on my own very quickly. Okay? That is pushing, you are taking my independence away by doing that. But you all were able to fix that. You have a system in place. You also talk about, and I'm sorry if I'm all over the place, but this is something dear to me, because it's not fair that now a fellow operator don't recognize that maybe you don't use the system, maybe you have some vision and you can do it, but it takes all of us to stick together to make sure that all of us can move forward. Okay? And somebody says, well, they checked his digital and he did digital clicks. Well, if you can record somebody's digital clicks for 2, 3, whatever months ahead of time, you're recording something. And if everybody gets on that supplier portal, which everybody should be on there, everybody had to put an account number in, you're recording our checking account numbers and keeping our account numbers on file somewhere. We look to private industry to do a lot of things. This is simple. When I pay my bills, I get a confirmation number, it's a done deal. Okay? They even let me record I even had an option for it to keep my checking account number, so every time I call in, they want to get their money. So they make sure that, you want to use the last 4 digits of this is the last account number you use. All I have to do is push one button. One. I don't have to sit up there and put 21 digits in and never make a mistake.
All right, Yvette. I think you've made your point. I think you've got your points across. I think you've got them. And we apologize. The One Tap Mobile not working this morning, it wasn't that it didn't work. We were having issues on our side here in the room trying to get the host signed on.
But it's a good example. But it's a good example for you all to see that is a lot. And there's a reason why you have the One Tap Mobile.
Yep.
Because we have complicated as visually impaired people putting in all those.
I know. All right, but I think everybody's got it. So, and I would want to make sure, and I don't know if there is anyone else, but I do want to give other people time too, if there is anybody else.
Okay.
Anyone else in the Dayton area with public comment? Anyone else in Dayton? All right. I will move to Cincinnati. Anyone in Cincinnati with public comment? Cincinnati. Going once, going twice. All right. Well, I think we will move into the agenda, and the very first item on the agenda is a lot of what we heard about in public comment, and that is the MOR IVR phone system. So I will open that up for discussion and see what the full committee says. It's not up to me as an individual, but it is up to the committee collectively, and we can open that discussion up and see where we start and where we go.
Mr. Chair.
Annette.
Well, we obviously need to do something. I don't know, other than rules, when we've revised rules, I can't think of a single time we've ever gotten 5 public comment on one topic. So there's obviously concern. It obviously needs fixed. I will admit that I was not fully on board with it beforehand because of not understanding the issue. Now that I've heard from some of these other folks, I get it. I was more worried about the cost of the program and what it would cost us, but we do need to fix it. This is something that's upsetting folks. So I guess what we need to find out, we were told at one point that the IVR system could not store information such as account numbers. But Julie actually made a very good point. It does store our login credentials, which does include either last 4 digits of social security number or your EIN. last 4 digits. So if that's the case, I would think it could store other information such as routing numbers and bank account numbers. So,
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
yeah, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
Who's that speaking? Is that Amy?
Amy, from OOD. So the way that IVR works, it is not a system by itself. It is, it has to work, it has to have a place to be stored. IVR is a phone system, it can't store anything itself. So it lives on a server at OVG. They call it like OVG 2.0. So anything that, on the gateway or IVR, both of those, for you guys to be able to file, a file has to be sent from OOD to OVG, and then OVG puts it on both of their servers for you guys to file. In this file, that's where all the information is. It's a CSV file. So in order for the bank account information for IVR to work, it would have to be in that CSV file that would travel from OOD to OVG and then to the systems to let you guys file. The only reason the gateway has information stored is because it's not even just our, like, it's not just OOD, like the gateway is used for taxes and everything else, so you can put it in that cart. So it's like a separate system almost. Our stuff is just stored on a server there. So we can certainly ask them. I think that we just need to know what the ask is so we can go to them, see if it's possible, see if there's any regulations or anything that would, there's just regulations around banking information that we would just need to clear, that like we could keep that on in our server records or whatever. So we just need to know what the exact ask is so we can clear it with OIT and then get the quote from CBTS. And things are difficult with IVR only because, so OVG is our, say, third party. They contract with another party called CBTS.
Cincinnati Bell, is that?
Contract again with another consulting firm called Resolute or something, and that's who does the coding for IVR. So it's like a very, like, we deal with a third-party middleman, an account manager. Like, we have no direct contact with the coders at IVR. So I would have to work through him to get the quote. So we just need to know what the exact ask is before we take it to them.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification, CBTS, is that Cincinnati Bell Telephone Systems?
I think so.
Technology Solutions.
Technology Solutions, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
John.
So when people get a confirmation number from the IVR, what does that number actually mean? Does it actually mean anything?
Mr. Chair.
Amy.
The confirmation number you fit both with OVG and IVR. It is I think it says like you would successfully file your MOR. So it's just kind of like when you would order food off of Uber Eats or something and you get that confirmation that they received your order, that's what that is. There is no way that real time right then and there we can give you a confirmation number that says your payment was processed, because it has to go through what we call CBOS, which is like the banking. And then it takes a few days for like all of that information to like get to your bank and then come back to us that says like whether it was NSF or the payment was taken out. I'm sure that it comes up in your guys' checking account as like a pending charge. So it just takes some time for like it to go through all the proper channels to like then come back. There's no instantaneous, it's not a debit or credit card where it says like, this went through. So it's a little bit different. The confirmation number is just saying that you successfully filed your MOR.
Mr. Chair?
John.
Okay, one other thing. So on OVG, we do not need to put our bank account information each time it's stored there. There's no reason that shouldn't be able to be done in IVR as well. Because
Meeting and mute, stop my video, share content, button.
Mr. Chair, I think that's what we're trying to
Yeah.
figure out. Like, if that's the ask, then we can certainly go back to CBTS and see if it's possible to be done and like what steps need to be taken for it to be done. So I guess that's, as a committee, that's what we would like to know, what the exact ask is. So we
And I believe, and people
figure
can
that out.
correct, and I will speak, I would say that, and committee members and even people on the phone if they wish to, but I believe the ask is they want their checking account information stored and routing information stored just as what occurs on the gateway. I think that's what they're asking for.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to actually make a motion to that effect, just to put it on record and make it official, that, that we request the Bureau find out from OBG and IVR and
Whatever.
what needs to happen in order for the IVR system to be able to store banking information, routing numbers and account numbers, so that they can be automatically populated in when operators go to file and pay for their reports. And what the cost would be, if any, to the program to do so.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Hang on, those who are on the phone. I am going to give, since we do have a motion and a second, I'm going to give, and I will get to other people who are on the phone. I do want to give committee members priority right now to have this discussion. Do we have any committee members who have thoughts, questions, concerns, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, my. Derek.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that was said in public comment, and I agree that this definitely needs to be immediately addressed. And I think that the motion is a good one, but I wish there was something in there that also indicated that not just the saving the financial information was important, but also that other things that need to be the same as they are in OBG should occur as well, so that the whole package can come into it. Unless I'm mistaken how IVR works in terms of receipts and so forth, in OBG, you do receive a receipt at the end of the process that demonstrates that you have filed a report and made your payment, because they're two separate actions. And so there is a receipt that is presented to you at that time that you can file or print or whatever and verify that you've done both the things that need to be done. And also you receive an email from OBG that's not specific to your to that transaction, but it does state that you have completed a transaction. So at the very least, IVR needs to do all of those things as well that the OBG does.
Okay, and there was someone after, who was next after Derek?
That was me.
Larry.
Oh, I was just going to say, to make sure, I know there's some people on the phone with issues, to just make sure that the ask is just that, or even maybe more from them, because they're going through it.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we've been, am I mistaken, or hasn't this committee been told several times over the years that the phone system was going to mimic the gateway? Derek's right. It should be able to do everything the gateway can do. And not that the gateway has some shortcomings of its own, but the phone system should at least be on par with the gateway.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I got one more question. I'm not sure, but I think you can get a confirmation on the gateway and still mess it up.
You can.
You will get told a day or two later that lack of funds or your payment didn't go through. It does give you a confirmation and a receipt saying you finished.
Mr. Chair.
John.
So in the past, it's not true anymore. You had to put in your bank information every single time. And even if you get a confirmation, if you put the bank number wrong, it's still not going to go through, because that happened to me a years ago. So
Mr. Chair.
The same thing can happen in both situations.
Hey, wait a second, Amy. Derek.
No, let Amy answer that.
So in both systems, whether it's OVG or IVR, the only thing that the system verifies right then and there with banking information is that the routing number leads to a bank. So I can go in there and do a fake MOR in a test environment, and as long as the routing number leads to a bank, I could put in any type of account number and it would go through. It would give me a receipt, it would give me a confirmation number, and it's solely saying that you have filed and you have pretty much attempted to make the payment. Like, you've put in the information, it's there, but it does not mean by any means on either system that the payment was processed, because it's a banking thing and it has to go through different channels for it to be completed.
Mr. Chair.
Derek.
So that's not the issue that we have. If on the Ohio Business Gateway, you can one time and one time only submit all of your financial information, and that information is stored so that next time I go into the system, all I have to do is say, use this financial information. And it's guaranteed to be correct unless the system fouls up. That is not the case on IVR. And and Yvette said it very eloquently, that's the difference. They, especially on the phone system, makes it extremely difficult for every time they go into that system to have to enter all of that financial data to ensure that things are done the way that they're supposed to be done. We understand even on OVG, if you type your information in, you could have created a problem for yourself. And we know that there's not a direct and immediate response to the information went through to the bank, et cetera, et cetera. But the two systems need to be equivalent in that the opportunity to fail is the same. And it's much less likely that there's a failure on the OVG system than there would be on the IVR system, because of only having the option to enter your data every single time you do a transaction, versus only one time, the initial time, for the entirety of every transaction you do for the future of interacting with OVG.
There's a button. Is there a button?
Christie.
So, there's two situations. You're right there. You're absolutely right with what you said. And what we're gathering is that you guys want it stored.
Oh, it's under participants.
Sorry.
Can you find
Mr.
participants?
Chair, can we ask the people on the phone?
That's what we're trying to do.
That's what I'm trying to do.
We're working on that right now.
Is it under participants in that?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. Yeah.
Christopher Sabine. 141. Dismiss pop-up. Friday, May 9th, 9:47. Return to
Maybe we
main.
ask
Dismiss
them.
pop-up.
Yeah.
Ask all to unmute. Button. Mute all.
That's it.
There it is.
Okay.
I think you have to confirm.
407. Ask all to unmute. Mute all. Button.
Mute all.
Mute all.
There you go.
That's it. That took care of it.
Mute all.
No.
Button. Participants. 19. Heading.
Now it did.
Sorry.
It's okay, Mr. Chair. Derek's
go ahead,
right. So there's two things here that we just want to be clear. One, we want IVR to save the routing and the thing so people don't have to enter. That is true. But what we want to make sure that everyone understands is, even in OVG, the account number and the routing number, you're right, it's saved, that's less of a it's a fail safe. But when it says confirmed, that doesn't mean your payment has been processed, because you could have non-sufficient funds. And it'll take a day or two for the systems to recognize that. And I just want everyone to that there's this false narrative that when it says confirmed or payment processed, that means it came out of your bank and everyone's safe. Again, that's why, even for non-sufficient funds, we tell people try not to wait until the last minute, because we can catch that, you can put it in the mail, blah, blah, blah. There's two distinct things here, and we need to solve the one. We will never be able to solve the other one. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's absolutely right. The responsibility there is on the operator to ensure that their account is open and has sufficient funds and so forth. We understand that. Well, I think most of us understand. But the more important thing is that there be equal access with as limited possibility of failing as possible.
Right. So, and as promised, Sally, did you have something, or were?
Mr. Chair, no, it was just I was having
Yeah, we were working
focusing on.
Yeah, we were working on that. Actually, Annette, I did promise, so if we could unmute those folks and see if anyone has.
People can unmute by hitting star
*6.
If you would like to, if you have anything to add to this.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Dean. And I gotta first tell you, it is extremely hard to hear everybody. I wish I could have heard everything Amy said. But one thing Amy had done has totally proved to me that our routing number and our account number is already stored on the system. It's just a matter of we're not able to access it. And that is one point I wanted to make. Like I said, I wish I could have heard everybody. And I know there were other people that were trying to get onto this call, but whatever happened at the beginning of the call, they must have gave up because they didn't say anything today.
Well,
that's it for now.
we had a technical issue. We got through it though. Everything's working now, and they could have got in. We were just running a few minutes behind due to that, but everything's good. Anyone else on the phone have anything in reference to the IVR phone system discussion?
I do, it's Connie, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Connie.
I want to know if it would be possible to send us an email stating that they got our information and our payment. Because I never do in that case. If that confirmation number doesn't mean anything, really, then I would like an email stating that they got my payment. And I don't think that's over the top, because every other business that I deal with sends to me that email. Even if it's an automatic payment, I get that email. So I was wondering if it would be possible when they get our payment, if it's there and they got it, that we could have an email, so that we do have some proof in case something comes up that we made our payment. And I've never had insufficient funds in 33 years. So, I think if you're running a business, you need to make sure the money's there before you pay the bill.
5, 4.
All right, thank you, Connie. John.
I was just gonna say, you can check to see that the money was taken out of your account really easily as well.
All right, anyone else here in the room or on the phone with any questions or comments as far as the IVR phone system is concerned?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are people getting late because of the issues with the phone system?
Yeah.
We've had one, I guess, in January, and then I think a few years ago, there was one that occurred that I think ultimately, and I don't know how it occurred, but ultimately cost somebody a facility or something along those lines. So anyway, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, I feel like if people are getting late because of limitations with the phone system that haven't been addressed for probably who knows how long, I don't think those links should be, they shouldn't count.
Well, I think the one since expired, and the other one I think might still might be in the grievance process, and I'm not sure.
Call for the vote?
Yep. Annette?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Derek?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
And the Cincinnati representative votes yes as well. Okay, motion passes.
Passed unanimously.
All right, the next item on the agenda is selections and like experience, and I'm going to let Derek open this discussion since he asked me to put this on the agenda, so we can.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Selections and like experience.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fascinating discussion. So, yeah, it's something that's that may actually start having an effect on selections. And the problem is that in Rule 3, one of the criteria for receiving points is if the applicant has for more than 12 months operated a facility with similar format, they receive 2 points. And unfortunately, similar format is not defined in any way, shape, or form, either within the rule or within the definitions of the rule. So it's left up to individual selection panels to decipher what may or may not be similar service formats. And I was hoping that somehow, some way, that we could come up with a policy and hopefully one that would mirror a future rules change or addition to the definitions to clarify all of that. And of course, the discussion is necessary because we have such a vast number of different kinds of service formats these days. It was always clear before we had cafeterias and snack bar type counter services and vending, and that was pretty cut and dry and didn't ever really pose any issues. But now, because we have so many hybrid facilities and we have micro markets now, which is a new animal, it's going to be difficult to effectively apply the selection criteria equally across the state. And I think we need to do that so we don't cause the wrong individual to not get a facility that they actually are entitled to because of a misinterpretation of what those things are.
Just a second, Christie. Trying to get this fixed so everybody can hear.
1-6, dismiss pop-up. Friday, May 19th, 9:56, return to mail. Return to mail, button, dismiss pop-up. Display 1, minimize, you are you, Zoom, meeting, mute my audio, stop my video, share content, 18 participants.
I'm sorry.
Participants, 18, heading. Dismiss pop-up, ask all to unmute, mute all, button.
Go ahead, Christie.
Mute all. Mute all current, mute all, button.
The Bureau agrees wholeheartedly with what Derek said, and my only fear is, like, I kind of want a decision or a conversation today, maybe a motion, because we've got things coming up, and, I don't know, can a motion at least get us to a policy, or like, how do we handle this now? We've got a lot of things posting, and I think we need to come up with some decisions.
Whether we can develop a policy or not is a question for the lawyers. There is a process for legally putting in place a policy, correct? Or can we just wing it? It seems like a motion isn't sufficient to force selection committees to, judge what's the definition of same service format. It seems like it would have to be something that went through some kind of processes at least. I know we can't go through the rules process, but I think isn't there a way to develop a policy that you codify somehow?
I almost think we need a work group, Derek.
Well, not necessarily, but
well,
I would like to hear an answer to that question first before we proceed to anything.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Derek, I think it's kind of a twofold issue. I think if what the selections and like experience thing that we're discussing, if part or all of that's laid out completely in rule, then yes, you would have to change the rule. But if there are things that are up for interpretation or it's not defined or things like that, then you can kind of, a process can be defined that goes hand in hand with the policy that doesn't need to be in the rule. So, that's my opinion. So if you guys want to discuss a process that you agree to, and whether or not that needs to be memorialized in a rule later, that's different. But I don't know what can happen today. I don't know if you need to do work for that.
So if we come up, Mr. Chair, I apologize. If we come up with a definition, then the Bureau would have the authority to make that a policy that is included for the selection panel to follow when they're making their determinations, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, let's do it then. Let's define, let's do it.
So, but Mr. Chair, what do we do in the meantime?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's do it right now.
Yeah.
And somebody, I mean, let's figure out what we want the definition to be and submit that as a motion, and then you guys can run with it. Or if you want, let's have a work group that commits itself to having one available to present at the next meeting, and that way it gets done. One or the other.
Mr. Chair,
Jeanette.
I am so torn on this thing because it probably shouldn't be part of the selection thing anymore, but it is, so we're stuck with it at this point. And we weighted it pretty heavily.
Yes.
2 points is a lot.
Yes.
And it's a carryover from old times, like Derek said, when we had cafeterias and we all thought, well, we want to make sure if we have experienced cafeteria people that they're in cafeterias. It probably, like I said, shouldn't be in the rule now. But I'm also torn in that we have a selection panel. We have 3 individuals who are there to make a vote and determine whether somebody gets a point or not. And if we're just going to cookie cutter it, we've done that so much all through the rules process that we don't even need a selection panel anymore. We can just look down the list and say, you get this, you get this, you get this, you get this, and that's it. The reason why we have a selection panel and that we weighted it to where 2 of the members on that selection panel are OVRC or operators and 1 bureau person is for those people to make decisions to determine things. So I think if we're going to be stuck with it in the rule, it should be up to the selection panel to determine if an operator had experience in that same format that they're bidding on or not.
Mr. Chair,
John.
I respectfully disagree because we need to be consistent in our selections from district to district. So if one district says this kind of places a different type of facilities and we're giving 2 points, the other one does not, then that's being unfair to the operators in one district over another.
Mr. Chair,
Larry.
is this about defining a micromarket?
Pretty much.
Oh,
We're not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with everybody. If I was on a selection panel and looking at somebody who had ran a micro market and they're applying for a micro market, I think that would be, to me, that would be like the cafeteria thing. It would almost be, automatic. But then the question becomes, and here's where the question, and other people may agree or disagree, but I'm asking the question, and here's where it comes in. Could you make the argument that some of the stuff that's done with the micro market is similar to vending? And I know some of it's different, some of it's not the same, some of it may be the same, but that's where we get into a bigger discussion and probably a lot of different opinions. So, John.
So yes, there's a lot of similarities to the 2 facilities, but there's a lot of differences. It's very different. The micro market has, there's a lot more involved in running a micro market than there's running a vending machine. Because in the micro market, in the vending machine, you can go in and change your price in the machine once. In the micro market, every time you get a new product, you have to put that new product into their system, into the database. There are a lot of problems with the kiosk, potential issues. It's much more computer oriented than a vending machine.
Mr. Chair, micro market's obviously different because we have a different word for it.
Right.
When we're posting it, we say this is a micro market. We don't say this is vending. So there are differences. We have something else that we call it, and we differentiate them. But I don't know. I just still think that I understand we want to be consistent, and there might need to be some guidelines, some guidance for that we can put together. But ultimately, our rules are set up that a selection panel person gets to vote on whether someone gets a point. It's not an automatic computer-generated, score that comes out there and just is handed to people. These are individual people who are, we wouldn't need a selection panel if the people didn't, if their input and their thoughts and feelings on the matter didn't mean anything. Why would we even have a selection panel then? Sally could just sit there and tally up the votes and, or the points and be done with it.
Mr. Chair,
Eric.
I mean, I agree with Annette to some extent, but the reason that you have the selection panel and the reason it's weighted to be 2 committee members and 1 OD person is to ensure that the things are being interpreted accurately, like if somebody submits something and whether it's legible or not, or whether it's on the correct form. And there's lots of issues that can come up that you can prescribe in rules and in definitions and things, but are still open to interpretation to some degree. And that's why it's important. And in this case, I think it is important to define the term similar service format like we would define other terms that are used in the selection process. So it's important to do that. I'm afraid, unfortunately, that what will happen is if we try to define this, that we're going to get in the weeds and you know, discover that we're either going to have 2 kinds of similar service formats or we're going to have 12. And that's a problem as well. And so I agree with Annette's initial point is, first of all, we made a mistake when we made it 2 points instead of 1, and we probably should have gone the other way and just eliminated it.
Yep.
But then in that gets you right back to it's a computer generated.
Yep,
you know, either get the points. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we're at the point now where seniority determines the selection.
Upper mobilities and seniority, that's it.
Yeah, and lates.
Yep.
and
That's it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, maybe this isn't. I mean, I don't know. I'd be curious to. I'd be curious. I mean, the big concern that the Bureau has here, I think, is if things are applied differently in different selections, that opens them up to grievances in the selection process. Of course, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know that if one selection panel, you know, set a micro market wasn't the same as a cafeteria, and another one said that it was. I don't know that a grievant would be successful under those conditions.
Mr. Chair?
Larry?
Yeah, that's funny. I ran a micro market, and honestly, I didn't think it was any more challenging than a vending machine, but to some it may be different. Also, I can almost see it going both ways as slightly like a counter in vending when you're helping people learn how to sign up their accounts right down the front. Yeah, I didn't feel it was that much more challenging than any other location, honestly. I hate to say that.
Mr. Chair, I don't think you would say it's more challenging. I think it's just saying it's different. And honestly, the most challenging facilities we have are like you have on them college campuses. We have buildings all over the damn place, and you know they're just scattered here and there and everywhere and all that. That's my opinion, but you know it's not the challengingness of it; it's the differences of it. Does somebody have that skill set and that experience to know what they're doing in this, you know, the product mix, the technology, you know, and if it's a cafeteria, the running a large staff and menu prep, vending, if you have a vehicle, there's just so many different aspects, and that's why originally it was put in the rule, but it's not, I just don't know because of, you know, I wish it wasn't there, but, and I know it is, but we got to deal with it, but how much different is it? And how much more different is it? Like Derek said, do we have 2 or do we have 12? If you have a vending all under one roof, that's a lot different than vending where you have a vehicle and a driver and off-site storage. There's other challenges to that that's not associated with, but they're both considered vending. So it can go anywhere.
All right.
Mr. Chair, yeah, unless somebody wants to make a motion regarding it, I would leave it as it is. I don't think the committee has the stomach to come up with a definition, and probably next time the rules come around, we'll just eliminate it anyway. And I don't think that the Bureau needs to be as fearful of successful grievances as they think they need to be.
Yeah, and I will say that I think most selection panels, I know that when Dave and I or Annette and I or any of us who I've done selections with, we're all, and Sally, we're all careful. It's like, hey, we got to do it this way. We have to. And sometimes I've even asked, okay, I've asked Sally, if they've already done a selection like that in another part of the state, what did they do? How did they do it? To just get a feel for where the other selection panel went, and do we want to go that same direction? So, I go ahead, Annette, I'm sorry.
Well, two things. One, even if we all sat here and voted on something today, that doesn't necessarily tie the hands of a selection panel. People can still vote how they feel they need to vote. So it's almost pointless. It just gives people guidelines, which I have no problem with guidelines. That's fine. But the other thing I was going to say is when we did these rules and we got them through, one of the big promises was if we saw something in the rules that ended up being bad, we could just change it. We didn't have to wait. We could just do it. So let's do it. Let's get it out of there. It doesn't help us for the next few months, but let's get it out of there.
What will it take, a year?
It'll take a while. Yeah, it'll take a while, but but if we don't start it, it'll always still be a year. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, I agree with Annette that we probably, and I bet the Bureau agrees with this too, that we ended up with some things in the rules that we don't necessarily want there, which is shocking considering how much time we spend on
It happens
developing
every
them.
time though.
But, we probably need to somebody needs to start making a list of things that need addressed, and maybe, in the next year, we can address some of those things together so that it's worthwhile to open up the rules, as they say, and get the changes made. Maybe we could promise to ourselves that over the next 6 months, somebody's going to tally all the things that we wish we hadn't done and then correct them all at once.
Yeah.
I think we can do
Annette,
that.
that's you.
I was gonna say I don't.
You're the rule expert.
Yeah, and I always get the rules. Does that make me the ruler?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I think that's everything we have on selections and like experience. The next one I had on the list, unless you want to wait for your group's recommendation, I had Ohio State University on here, so I didn't forget it, or do we want to go ahead?
It can be all immersed.
Okay.
And then just.
All right, so the next thing, John Giacchigiorgio had called me earlier Wednesday, I believe, and I didn't put Ohio State University on the agenda, but there is some decisions that need to be made there, and John wanted it, and some of them are big, and he didn't want to make them by himself. He wanted them in front of the whole committee. So I'm going to give it to John, and he can kind of take us where we need to go and see what we need to do.
So there's really one issue I want the committee to decide on, and that is there is a building which actually has several different addresses on it, but it's actually one building. One of the 10 facilities has 10 machines in that building, and the previous operator had 3 machines in that building. Or the operator who has a permanent facility has 3 machines in that building. And he wants us to take those 10 machines and put them on his facility.
And
when he talked to me, I didn't realize he only had 3, first of all. So I want to clarify that, but I just want.
And he's already in that building?
Yeah, he's already in that building with his permanent facility. But like I said, he only has 3, and we're adding 10. And I asked Sally to grab me some sales figures so she'll give me those.
Mr. Chair?
Derek.
Yeah, we had a work group work on that last couple of days.
Yeah, I talked to you about
that. But I think the sales data is irrelevant to the discussion, actually. But maybe for interest, it might.
I still won't have it on record, probably.
Yeah.
All right. You have that, Sally? just for everybody's information.
And Mr. Chair, I guess I'm not clear exactly, are you looking for like a month? Like what, a month's worth of sales?
Maybe like the last
Yeah.
couple months. Because my big concern is by putting those on his facility, it's going to greatly impact the temp facility.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna need some time to add this
Okay.
up.
Okay.
I apologize.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I can go ahead and talk something about what the work group that was kind of charged with the decisions about site attachments and what to do with them and when they're in the same building. And, you know, myself and Derek and Dave all kind of kicked this around quite a bit yesterday. And it basically came down to, as much as we don't like operators being in the same building, we realize that there's problems that can arise from that with competition and things like that. But we realize that sometimes it's necessary and that we really don't have a mechanism just to hand those machines to the assigned operator at the detriment of another potential job for somebody. If we did, these are already, even though it's a temp facility, it is already a facility. It's not new business. It's just, we're just figuring out what to do with it to bid it out. It's similar to what we just did at the Rhodes Tower. We just bid out a facility that was a facility. We didn't just give those machines to the operator who was already there because it was another job for somebody. We can't destroy a job for somebody just to keep two operators from being in the same building. And if Dave or Derek want to, if I messed up anything or wanted to add anything.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Derek.
Well, I mean, we got into it more than that. But
Yeah, that was the simplistic version.
A lot more of that. And that, of course, was specific to this Ohio State situation. I mean, I think what we came up with was that generically, in the case of this, that probably applying the rules as they are to these situations is the best way to proceed. And the only thing that we thought would leave you the ability to automatically attach something to an existing facility that's a new machine would be if it's immediately adjacent to the existing equipment. In other words, if the new equipment is to be placed somewhere other than immediately adjacent to the existing equipment, then it's a site. And we have a process for that, and it's the site selection process in Rule 3, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, and specifically in the case of this OSU situation, the one thing we did come up with to get around that, and I think this is something that could be beneficial in the future for other situations that arise like this, why can't we, if the operator at OSU wants these 10 machines to become a part of his facility because it's convenient and makes sense business-wise to do that, can we ask him to give up an equal amount of business outside of that complex in order to compensate the facility that we're creating that's about to go out for bid be the same in terms of business potential?
John?
I was just going to say this, our decision is going to solve the problem today, but that the university is going to probably get more machines in the future, and it's just going to get sticky in the future anyway. So
this is going to happen at lots of campuses as we do things like bring on beverages where we don't have them currently, or where campuses grow, or where bases grow. And this is something we actually need to address.
Mr. Chair.
Sally?
I was just gonna say, my concern is the way we've done things like for UC with the beverages coming online. I realize like when it's in a bank, but if there have been some buildings where we've just handed it over, or if it's like say on a medical campus, I think we're just handing them over versus posting them all.
The local committee is choosing to do that.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chair, again, my concern is, again, uniformity, not applying things the same. If we do it one way in one area, does that person have the potential grievance? Because it was done and things were handed to other people in another area. And that legitimately is my concern.
Mr. Chair, I mean, that gets to another point that I'd like to make, and I've actually been stewing for a while. I think that we need to get the local selection panel out of those decisions. I think that needs to be a full committee decision. I mean, half the time people, I've done it, and John's currently doing it, and others have done it as well, where like, hey, I don't want this decision. This needs to be all hands on deck to make it. So I think we need to get that out of the process anyway. I don't think that local selection panels are always capable of doing that because of it being such a large, in some cases being such a larger issue.
All right,
And that would also make things more consistent. You know, we also need to codify some of this better.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And I've always been one just that I never liked the notion of two operators being in the building unless there's full jobs there. I always thought that was silly and everything, but when push comes to shove with it, and you start getting into the weeds on these things, like we talked about UC, and if it's in the same building or the same medical care, when you get into those, you have to do something. And Derek convinced me yesterday, and I'll give him credit for that, because I don't get easily convinced. But we have to just do it this way, because it can get too messy. And some of the examples that Sally gave are the reasons why. If it's not adjacent, same bank, same break room, or whatever, where they're adjacent to each other, then sadly enough, it has to go out as a site attachment. And we have to count on the selection panel to do the right thing. If there's somebody else in the building and we're adding 2 machines in the same building that has 100 people in it, and we're not going to bring another operator in that building unless the current operator there doesn't want them. So it'll work out, and we just got to stop giving things to people then, because that's where bad decisions can be made.
Mr. Chairman.
John.
It's one thing to give out $200-300. It's another thing to give out $4,000 a month.
Yeah.
Which is what this is.
Well, and Mr. Chair, I mean, we do have it got altered slightly. The site selection process got altered slightly when it was put into the selection rule. And that's fine, but it does still give the ability for good decisions to be made and the right result to occur when the process is followed that's in the rules. And so when I said that the local selection panel shouldn't be involved in those decisions, I mean as to whether something should be immediately given to somebody or should go up as a site attachment or should become a facility. So I did want to make that clear. I hadn't made that clear, and I wanted to make sure that that's what people understand. The decision of how to attach a site is the purview of the local selection panel, but the determination of whether that site is available for attachment is a different decision that the committee needs to make itself.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chair,
Go.
this is Kelsey Burrier. Can I just
Yep.
have a comment?
Go ahead, Kelsey.
When you start talking about the sites on college campuses, I feel like there's a little difference there. When you have a college campus that has, say, 3 operators on it, if you put that site out for bid, or are only those 3 operators allowed to bid on it? Because I feel like if you keep putting those out, now we just have not a facility, but a bunch of site attachments attached to different facilities. I feel like that could be a problem in the future. And then, we'll give Larry's, for example. Youngstown State, he's the only operator there. If they close a building and open a building, does that site have to go out for bid, or we just attach it to Larry, he's the only one there.
Mr. Chair.
John?
So I mean, if that goes out as a site attachment, the local committees, if they're doing a drop property, is gonna give it to the one who's best qualified. One of the best the qualifications on that is.
I mean, colleges are always closing
Right.
buildings and opening new ones. They're always doing construction.
Mr. Chair,
Derek.
and we have processes in place to address those issues. There isn't anything in our rules or our processes that allow something like that to happen. We've got ways to determine what's best for those things, and that's what should happen.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, isn't the site attachment one of the categories geography?
Yes.
Maximization of service charge, geography, all of those things are,
And that takes care of that.
you know, if, Mr. Chair, if another building opened on Youngstown State, because that's when it was brought up, a selection, if Larry was one of the bidders, I can't imagine a selection panel, and then as soon as I say it, one will do it, but a selection panel should weigh very, very heavily the fact that we have one person on the campus, they're already on the campus, anyone else would be bringing someone else to that campus. That's stuff that the selection panel should take into account and be done with it. Where there's 3 of them, if there's 3 operators on a campus, yeah, it has to go out as a site attachment. That even more so, because then you can't make the decision, well, it should go to this guy or it should go to that one, because that's why we have the site attachment policy in the first place when we first put it, because people were showing favoritism and things like that. So we definitely, when there's multiple people in a place, that needs to be decided on by the selection panel through the site attachment rule. Now it's not a policy anymore, it's a rule. And be allowed, and yes, other people could bid on it. If a building came open at Youngstown State, I could bid on it. But nobody's gonna give it to me over Larry. They shouldn't, they'd be nuts if they did. So, there you go.
Mr. Chair,
Sally?
just for sake of this conversation, it's a little bit different, just because I don't believe these locations will go out as sites, they'll go out attached to a facility.
These will.
So the operator wouldn't even have a chance to bid on them.
Correct.
So just something to consider.
Correct. For the Ohio State ones, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, no, correct. We're trying to have 2 good jobs there to go out for bid.
Okay.
3 good jobs total.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, what's happened there is that all of, not just those 10 machines, but all of the Ohio State stuff that we picked up after Stahn's facility was already there, it was determined through the processes in place that those would be temped to determine what sales will be, and then out of that, we determine how many jobs we have, and in this case, we've determined it's 2, and so everything happened that was supposed to happen. The only question now is, the existing operator thinks that it would be more beneficial to the facility to have all of those under one roof. So I'm suggesting that in order to accomplish that, we could, the Bureau or the program could trade those 10 machines for an equivalent number of machines that have the same amount of business. So, I mean, we can do that, and there's nothing in the rules that prescribes that, there's nothing in the rules that preclude that, and I think it's a great solution in this particular case, and could be a great solution in future cases, but we certainly can't just peel those 10 machines off and give it to that facility. There's no mechanism for doing that whatsoever.
Mr. Chair.
Nor should we.
Oh, sorry, Derek.
No, I was done.
Sally?
My only concern is because the permanent facility is not vacant, are we able to still do that? I mean, if we're swapping equal sales of machines.
Mr. Chair, I've been espousing this strategy for a long time, and I hope that would have been a strategy we could have used at UC as the beverages come online. But I don't see any reason why we can't do that in this particular case. I don't know how anybody could possibly have a problem with that. I mean,
Mr. Chair, that's assuming that the operator
Yeah,
wants
so-
to. He can't be forced to give up or
Yeah, no, you
anything.
could never force this on
Yeah.
anybody, but you certainly could do it voluntarily.
Yes, if he has other machines that are similar sales-wise, it's better for him, better for the program.
And that would have to be well documented with
Yes.
good data and good data collection and so forth, like credit card reader reports, et cetera, or vending machine meter readings.
And definitely sales especially, more so the number of machines.
Mr. Chair, and again, I'm looking at the rules. I don't want to break the rules. We've got to look at the rules. This sounds like a good plan. My suggestion, and this is just off the cuff, is that maybe between now and July, the local Columbus selection, the Bureau, and the affected operator get together and figure this out.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, my goodness.
it's scheduled for June 5th.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
And
We already
then
did that.
maybe they can take it to the full committee in July, and then we can move forward.
Well, we need to.
No, it
We
needs
need
to
to
go.
post that in June.
Okay.
And we need to do that because school starts in August and we want to have
Yeah.
Right.
operators
Post that
established, et
So,
cetera.
Plan for June, and Stan's a part of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sean and Becky and Lindsay, myself, and Sally are meeting on the 5th.
Is Mark Luke gonna?
Oh, yeah, Mark,
Mark
I'm
would be
sorry.
part of
Yeah,
it,
of course.
Okay.
Check.
You guys have given us some great guidance, and I really appreciate it.
And if you would like, and we don't have to be John, but I was gonna say if available, and we can try to be if you would like, and if not,
Yeah, you guys definitely be there.
if we're one of us or both of us, we
It's
can.
1 o'clock by the time you get to.
When is it? 1 o'clock on the
5th.
5th? I don't mind being there. You want?
I'll try to do so.
Because it's kind of a new, and the only reason why would be it's kind of a new concept, this trading.
Well, I'm gonna talk to Stan.
Yeah. I mean, he may say y'all are nuts and not want to do it, and that would be the end of that. But if he's willing and wanting to, and to talk about it, then,
No, Mr. Chair, I put together a meeting to make sure that before we put everything out, that everything is divided well and that it makes sense to the operators. Because I don't have any knowledge of the university and whereas they do and Sally does. And so I wanted to make sure it was all fair and stuff.
All right. Okay, sounds like there's a plan, and everybody's gonna work on it, and hopefully they'll be able to get those facilities posted, and people apply for them and have them in place before school starts. The other thing, and I don't think I had this listed on the agenda, but I do want to talk about this, just so that we're all on the same page, and that is the additional funding that is coming, that OOD has been working on, that Greg and Christy and Director Miller have been talking to us about, and that we heard about it statewide, and as a committee we've heard about previously. The one thing I want to remind the committee and management of is just because there's an additional funding coming, we still have an obligation, both as a committee and as DEP management, to make sure that we are actively participating and that we are working on that together, that we are making decisions together as to how all of that's going to be done. And I know there's some major strategic planning involved in that, and I just want to make sure the committee knows that they should be involved, and we will be involved. And I believe the agency has said they are committed to, having discussions with us and talking with us also as far as new equipment, making sure that consultants are having in-depth and good discussions with the operator about what equipment, when they do replace equipment, what equipment is needed and things like that. But I also wanted to put this out there and see if any committee members had any concern or any input into this, or if we needed to, any thoughts, if we needed to go in any different direction or anything like that. So I will open it up right now and see if anybody has any thoughts or concerns or comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The actively participating as far as the additional funds go, is great, except for they already made a lot of plans before they even spoke to us. So we need to make absolutely certain we're involved with things going forward. Or just for example, the branding. That was already in the works and nobody said a word.
Well, all I can say to the committee on that is, and I don't have anything against branding. I'm someone who, and other people in the room will tell you, my position on it since 2019 is it should be optional. But since then, I've heard from other people about, maintaining it and the upkeep of it. And then the other thing is when it does have to be repaired, machines have to be pulled from the field and things like that. So, and yes, they've committed to pay for it with the additional funding for the next couple of years. But my concern becomes with that, what happens after 2 years. And as far as branding goes, I can share a situation, and I'm not, I can share a situation where for whatever reason, and I do have a couple branded machines because some of my machines died and had to be replaced. But the one machine I have that has a pop machine and has Ohio on the front of it, and I have people all the time, even when I'm there servicing machines, they're walking around and they will ask me, well, where's the Mountain Dew? And I'm like, oh, it's in that machine. And because of the way it's branded, they don't even realize it's a pop machine. And then the buttons on it are in such a bad place due to, and it's not the manufacturer's fault, I believe it's an ADA compliance, so it's a kind of a double whammy that people can't figure out it's a pop machine. But anyway, I don't know if that's happened to anybody else. It has happened to me, and I'm not just saying that to be funny. That's an honest. So I think as we do go forward with branding, we need to make sure that people realize, hey, if it's a gravity or a stackable machine, that this is actually a pop machine. But I don't know if anyone else has any suggestions or concerns as far as this topic, but I wanted to make sure it was in front of the full committee. I want the full committee to be informed and involved. I don't want them left out. And active participation happens here at the full committee level. It also happens at the local level, just so everybody's aware of that. Anyone else with anything on that? And I believe that Greg and Christy and even Director Miller have said, that they will keep us in discussions. And I know sometimes discussions or conversations may not always be fun, but they are necessary. So we do have to have them.
The big question is if we go forward with branding, we're supposed to be actively involved with how money gets spent. And the committee should have to agree that branding is worth the investment it takes to implement. And the last bunch of branding was nothing but a big OOD advertisement that scarcely, if at all, even mentioned. I don't know if we should be paying for their advertisement.
Mr. Chair.
Christy.
Can I address this? So, again, we're going to talk to everyone about branding. I will tell you that at rest areas, branding is very important. It's very important to the governor. It's very important to the director. It is this one-time investment, and it's bringing people into OOD as well as BE. It's very, very important. And if this is not a direction that you guys want to go in, and I'm not using this as a threat, I'm not, but they could have used this money other places, and Maria fought. BE needs whole because of the pandemic. And so I think branding and the standardization and making everyone happy about a uniform, you go into other states and their rest areas look very similar. There's a standardization to it. I think it's a high-profile place. I'm not interested in spending money on branding for, even post offices and some of these other places. But it is advertising. It's advertising for OOD. It's advertising for the business enterprise program. It's reinvesting. It's making the equipment look modernized, look appealing. And that's the why behind it. That is the why. And I think the why is important.
Mr. Chair.
Annette.
Christy, and I think this is the point. We're not against branding. The point I think Dave is making is come to the committee and say exactly what you just said about the rest areas. Don't say the branding's here and that's it and you guys like it or lump it. That's basically what we were told. Come to us and say, look, this is important to the governor. We're getting all this money. This is good for Ohio. And let us help decide, because I'll tell you, I'm all for it at the rest areas because of that. I have no problem with branding at the rest areas because I know this is the governor's, one of his pet projects, and that it looks good and everything. What I have the problem with is us being told, you're stuck with it. That's it. And you don't even get a say in it, and that's where the big problem lies, and that's how we were told. Branding's here to stay. All new machines are gonna be branded, period, case closed. And that's not how it's supposed to work.
But I believe we have been communicating that the last couple of years. And we have been communicating the why. And I guess that's the disconnect. You guys hear it one way. I feel like we have been saying those same things.
Well,
But I guess you guys are just hearing that it's not the why. And I understand the why is important.
Right, well, and Christy, you just hit another point that wasn't mentioned at statewide, and that was, and honestly, that is kind of what Annette said. That's what Greg basically said at statewide. Well, we're doing branding no matter what. And I was like, wait a minute, this isn't supposed to work exactly like that. And then, but now you hit a point that, you said, well, I'm not interested in branding at post offices or in, some other locations where we probably really don't need it. So, and that's a valid point too. And, I said earlier, I believe it should be optional, but I'm not asking anybody to, that's my thought on it. I think you win more hearts and minds when it's optional, but I understand that, and I also didn't understand how, not that it changes my mind on optional, but I didn't understand how heavily the governor's office was involved in it, but duly noted.
But Mr. Chair, regardless of who it's so important to, that doesn't get around our active participation and the requirement that means.
No, and that's why we're having this conversation right here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Derek.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't have a problem with branding in and of itself. And I'm going to say the same thing about the branding issue that I'm going to say about all the money we have to spend on new equipment, is that I obviously don't have any problem with new equipment either. But I do have a problem with not the committee and all operators in general not being consulted for their input regarding how things are implemented. For example, Frank, your example was very good. That particular machine, and I've seen it, and I know exactly what Frank's talking about. It doesn't look like a pop vending machine. It looks like, and because it's at a place where we're promoting Ohio and where there's brochures everywhere and placards everywhere and everything, that machine doesn't even look like a damn vending machine. It's outrageous.
That's awful.
And that's an unintended consequence of branding. And there's lots of other unintended consequences of branding. Tom Neal, I think, made one of the most insightful ones ever a long time ago, talking about if you put that this is right on the machine that this is operated by a blind person, that opens them up. It's a safety issue. In particular, at our rest areas where the vending building is separate from everywhere else. And that problem's about to be resolved because we're getting rid of all those and it won't be as much of an issue. But there are lots of unintended consequences that can occur if you don't involve the people who are affected in the decisions about the implementation of these things. And I will say the same thing about machines themselves. As we move forward, it's wonderful that we have all this money to invest into the program and equipment and everything for existing facilities and hopefully for some new facilities as well. But you've got to involve the people that are directly interacting with that equipment to make sure that you're making the most of your investment. And that's what I want to say today is please involve us at every turn, at every level when you're making decisions about how to implement the branding of the equipment and also how to define what and how you're going to purchase the equipment and utilize it.
Mr. Chair.
Sally?
Mine's quick. I was just going to ask, could you send me a picture of that pop machine just so we can maybe look at making it look more like a pop machine going forward so we don't have that issue again?
Right. Well, and it was just one of the things that I had noticed and seen with it, Sally, and it's just, and people don't realize it's a pop machine. And normally people can find Mountain Dew under any circumstances, but when I have customers going, where's the Mountain Dew? And I'm like, it's in that machine right there. They go, oh, that's a pop machine?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind just sending me a picture just so we can...
Yeah. Well, it says
Try to
Ohio.
make that not happen.
Yeah, it says Ohio real big on it, and I think they think it's something to do with, which it is something to do with the state, but they don't realize it's a beverage for whatever reason.
And Mr. Chair, the only reason, the machine itself isn't designed very well because it's a
No, it's not.
very large machine with very tiny buttons that have the name of the product for each button within it. And
Vendo.
so it's
Yeah.
problematic to
Okay.
begin with, and then
I know what it is.
then the sign, I mean, the skinning exacerbates the problem.
Put a big old sign on it.
Yeah, but it's,
And I think where those buttons are for ADA compliance.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have a question. Is it true that to maintain the branding stuff, that the machine has to be hauled out of the facility and then hauled back in? Is that true?
I've not heard that.
Mr. Chair, so again, when we first started the branding years ago, and we talked to you guys, I mean, this has been a conversation. We've learned a lot. We had this third party go out, and they did it on site, and they did do a good job. And so we've learned a lot on that, just like with the signage. It's been an evolution,
Mr. Chair.
and we're learning more and more as we go.
None of us knew that, Christie. That's the thing. I mean, I'm glad that that's the case. I would have hoped that we could have all sat here and had a conversation about branding and what our concerns from the previous time we tried to implement it were. We have not had those conversations.
About the
Mr.
branding?
Chair.
No, about the things that didn't work before we were doing it. Nobody said to us, oh, we've been sending out, I think it is important that we have discussions about how the branding is implemented because of, the first and biggest one that concerns me is that we've got this wealth of money right now to address the issues, but in 3 or 4 years when this stuff is peeling and fading and all of that needs to be replaced, we're back on the hook for that. And the benefit is much more for the state than it is for the program. And we shouldn't necessarily have to, in perpetuity, carry the burden of that expense to keep that stuff upgraded. So maybe there's discussions we can have about better ways that it doesn't need to be upgraded. I mean, maybe there's some magnetic stuff that we can use in place of skinning or whatever. I don't know. I mean, but we weren't involved in conversations that allow us to talk about these things so that it is better for everybody involved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. That's Dimitri.
Dimitri, sorry. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you there?
No, I was done.
No, he was done.
I just wanted to kind of throw in some information that might help move the discussion forward, but I would encourage everyone on the committee, like if you have concerns or if there are things you want input in, like now's the time because all the stuff that, I don't know what the marketing was, I wasn't at statewide. But my understanding is that everything that was kind of brought to you is still in a proposal phase. It still has to be signed off, the money still has to clear and get approved and all those things by the legislature. So everything is still hypothetical. So if you do have issues from the past, I wasn't a part of this agency at that time, so I can't speak to it, but I would encourage you to start talking about it today, but also keep having those conversations going forward, because if there is a major issue from your experiences or what you think you foresee, please speak up, because we don't want to put something in stone like Derek is alluding to, and Dave too. We don't want to put something into stone that is going to have ramifications years and years and years beyond this investment. So yes, it's an investment, but if you really do feel branding, or I don't know all of the different things that are going into this, that's not my lane, but if there is an issue that you foresee, please speak on it and continue to speak on it, because we need to hear that stuff so that we can go back to the decision makers and say, you know what, years ago we did branding, I'll use the same example, years ago we did branding, this is what the issue is, the committee feels strongly about X, we really need, maybe we need to think about how to do this again. And Derek had a great suggestion about magnetic things. So please speak on what you would like instead, or what your concerns or reservations are. I know I want to hear it. I'm assuming my coworkers want to hear it too. We need to be able to tweak these proposals before they get set in stone. And that's the active participation piece, I guess, that you were saying you've missed in the past. We want that to start and keep going. Like, please actively participate. Talk to us. Tell us what you're thinking. And you are, but keep doing it. Don't be afraid.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Are we not able to buy locks for vending machines, things like that? Right, well,
Maybe
That's a different
That's a
topic.
different topic.
Well, but hang on. So if we're not able to buy locks, how can we do branding? And I don't feel like you need to brand a brand new machine to make it look modern. It's already brand new.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So for the locks, when we buy the machines and we're planning on getting quotes, we're getting quotes with branding and with locks to kind of make sure that we don't have to get the locks separate. The other piece that was discussed at statewide, and again, we're going down different subjects now, was that we're going to get a small pot of some other funds from DUI funds to be able to possibly pay for some of those under $1,000 purchases.
And Mr. Chair,
Just a second. What fund was that?
Yeah.
Christine?
What fund was
I'm
that?
not familiar with that acronym or with.
DUI, is that the drunk driver?
DUI.
Yeah, the state gets some DUI funds. That's the only funds that, again, when we're getting these one-time monies to be able to match, they're using funds out of this pot. It's not an endless pot. And again, it's very competitive where there's all these other programs with OOD that wants these monies, but we've asked for some dedicated because of the RSA rules too.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, that's what we refer to it as the DUI money.
Okay.
and Mr. Chair, I did want to clarify that the restrictions on, supposed restrictions on locks and things like that have to do with service charge dollars, the funds that are about to be spent on branding aren't service charge dollars.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's that
That's true.
distinction too, and I get Dave's point. So, and I'm grateful to Emmy for saying that, that's wonderful. And that's why we're here today, that's why it's on the agenda, and that's why we are all speaking up. I mean, I've got a lot of questions about equipment. I mean, I want to know what, when these funds do become available, what are they available for? Is it going to be, will we be able to use those funds for purchasing new equipment for new opportunities? Will we only be able to spend it on existing? Are we only replacing old equipment? Are we only focusing on Kennelly's? Are we only, I think we need to have broader, deeper conversations about all of that kind of stuff. And that's how we feel like, we're nothing secret in BE, right? And, we know that there's been conversations in your guys' meetings behind, at various levels about how this money is going to be spent. And we'd like to be involved in that conversation so that we can give you the benefit of all that we know, which in terms of what's the right equipment for the right job, far exceeds everybody else's experience. We know what we're doing when it comes to this kind of stuff, and you really want to involve us in how to implement those things.
And Mr. Chair, I would, it sounded like the branding of rest area machines is the most important, right? Or is that the main focus? We're not going to be branding other machines?
I'm going to let Christie answer that.
So, Mr. Chair, again, I think it's very important the high-profile places, and rest areas is a priority, but I think we can continue to have conversations with branding at other places. Colleges and universities getting our name out there is very important. They're high-profile places. And so if an operator does not want branding there, I think we do have to have conversations about it. It's the expectation of our agency, and I understand the upkeep and all of that. I get that. And maybe we can go back and try to brainstorm a plan on that. But, we've got to have further conversations of, are we going to invest with this one-time fund on machines in high-profile places, including colleges and universities, that are not branded? I don't think that that's something that is, again, it's advertising, it's uniformity, it's making those machines more inviting. That's the thought process.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to get too hung up on branding, but I do want to have continued conversations about how it's implemented. It's certainly going to be implemented, but I hope we can, I'm certain of that, and I don't disagree that we should do that. But I do want to make sure that it's implemented in the best way possible with our input, because we've got some ideas about, even about the design and stuff, I think is important. That we be involved in that, because that we have good things to say about that. But I want to talk more about the equipment. What is the presumption of how this money is to be used? Is it just to update existing equipment? Is it for new opportunities? Is it for primarily, the highways? What is the proposed intention for the use of these funds?
Mr. Chair.
Amy.
I believe that when it was advocated for the program to receive these funds, it was just for equipment replacement. The idea is that we, took hits during COVID. We have a lot of machines that are older. They are not making parts for AP machines. Royal went out of business. So there's a lot of machines we have there that we need to replace. So that's what these funds are meant for. It's meant to modernize our program. Expansion-wise, we are being told that expansion still needs to come from set aside. The purpose of getting these funds to replace equipment is so that we can build back up that set aside funds, that we can invest in expansions and not miss out on opportunities anymore.
There will be conversations with each operator and their facility.
Yeah, that's, we're hoping that each consultant can work with individual operators about their facilities and really make it what they would like it to be. If they got an old Dixie Narco and they've always wanted a BevMax, just making those changes to make everything modern, up to date, and go along those lines with equipment.
So, Christy or Amy, one question I do have about equipment, and I asked this the other day on our call with, I had asked Greg this the other day when we were on the phone with Director Miller, and that was, will operator have some input into what equipment is purchased? And I'll give the example, and Annette and I were both on the phone during that call, and I said I like USI snacks, and Annette said, would you say AMS?
No, I said I don't like USI, I like AMS.
So.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, certainly. And we're trying to stick to AMS and USI. We've been promised that both of those will be completely ADA compliant. It gives a very uniform look for the program. We're hoping to cut down on parts. If we only have USI and AMS snack and cold food machines, we're hoping that Schaefer is going to be able to stock parts better. Everybody will have a better chance of having things in stock. It'll just kind of be we're going with Toyota and Honda. Do you want an Accord or a Civic or a Camry or a Avalon, that type of thing. So the operators will have those decisions to make. I think that's. Just keep rambling. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, where is the active participation in deciding something big like that?
What do we decide?
I think we're doing it now.
What do we decide? Wait a minute.
How are we not acting?
What are we?
Because it sounds like these decisions have already been made.
They haven't.
She just said that they're going to involve the operator.
Yeah, between USI or AMS. Who decided that that's the only two companies who are going to?
Mr. Chair, if there's If there's another brand of equipment that we need to consider, please let us know and we will look into see if it's compliant. But yeah, just let us know if there is another brand.
Mr. Chair.
Derek.
I stepped out, so I didn't hear everything that happened in the last 3 minutes, but I'm wondering if, are we having conversations and when we're replacing and I think it's important, I think it's important that individual operators have input into what's happening at their current facilities. I agree with that. But I also think that they won't necessarily always want to make the best decisions for the program in those choices, selections. And we need to have bigger conversations, particularly with the committee who represents those people, to improve the program through the purchases of the equipment and have conversations about, what are the most reliable brands? What are the most reliable types? Those kinds of conversations. Unifying the brands of machines that we buy to make it easier to have parts on hand when necessary, et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of things that we can do to make the program more efficient by doing things like that. And I don't know that conversations like that have occurred, and they probably need to occur. And that's just scratching the surface. All of us could go on for days about how we can best utilize these funds and replacement equipment purchases.
What brand did you say, Dave? Did you say Crane?
Yeah, Crane, they make the merchant media.
Oh, okay. We do have, I think we have operators out there who have those. Are those what are those, the 6Y?
I probably have more than anyone.
Oh.
They're junk. Just my opinion.
The new ones are much nicer. They're touchscreen and they are they are substantially faster and much better than the older generation.
Touchscreen, that's the non-ADA though.
That does not.
That's where the ADA compliant thing comes in with the touchscreen.
In the US has Mr. Chair can talk as well when you're programming them. There's those games, so that's going against ADA.
I jokingly say machines are always ADA compliant for everybody except.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But anyway, does anybody have any motions or anything as far as this discussion goes?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I would like to suggest that you set up a work group.
Money spending work.
Yeah, let me,
Well, Mr. Chair, does the Bureau think that we're crazy in thinking that we should have deeper conversations? I don't feel like we're understanding one another right now, and we need to. Forget protocol and Robert's rules. Christie, do you believe that we should sit down and have deeper conversations about how to utilize $5 million for replacement equipment? Can we have those kinds of conversations? And not just on the, I appreciate that your first thought was that we're going to have these replacement equipment conversations with the operators within the facilities, but can we also expand that a little bit to include more groups of people to ensure that we're doing the very best that we can with this opportunity? Or am I just pie in the sky wishful thinking this can't work because we can't work together and all that kind of stuff?
Mr. Chair, again, no decisions have been made. We can have a conversation at every OVRC meeting about this. I don't know, again, it was sold to, it is true, I do say again too many times.
I say again too much.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Someone pointed that out to us?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Who did that? Amy and Sally.
Oh, wow.
What we did?
That was our favorite drinking game.
It was. We always want a drinking game stuff again.
Yes.
Oh, poor Christy, that's me.
It's fine. I think,
And we get demerits for doing it ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to, like, we're having these conversations. I think that there's this narrative that everything's been decided and it's not. They don't even have the money yet.
Yeah.
It's not, no purchases are going to be able to be made until October 1st.
That might be enough time.
So, and we can't purchase everything at once.
Right.
There's gonna be so many different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I don't know, you know, we can go back there and figure out like what decision points are gonna be made, and we can bring that to this committee to get input on that. The committee, I don't know if this is a part of, I hate to say it because I'm gonna get hit, at least always between us. This part of the budget work group?
Recording.
God, I hope not. No, it's not. This has nothing to do with budgeting. This has to do with, this has to do with purchasing.
Settings. Recordings.
Well, this is,
I think it needs to, my problem with work groups, and I'll just say it, there needs to be clear, defined objectives, deadlines. We can't be talking about this 6 months down the line. There needs to be decision points.
10.
And so, that needs to occur.
Mr. Chair, I
Derek.
mean, what conversation, I mean, there have been conversations about replacement equipment. Absolutely, otherwise this money wouldn't exist. So, I mean, it has happened, and there's already been calls made to operators about this. And you guys have already had internal meetings at your level about this, and with consultants about this. So there have been conversations going on. We've not been a part of any of them. And that's what I'm talking about. We would like to be a part of those conversations. We don't have a clue where you're going with this, other than we want to replace old equipment.
And Derek, that's where we're at.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good.
And I'll tell you,
Okay.
we did have a meeting with staff, and again, this wound up, again, the narrative became this thing that wasn't true, like we had an exercise, like let's prioritize what facilities we think, like each consultant, what facilities do you think prioritizing based off of age and things that haven't been replaced in the last couple of years? But that's not set in stone at all. I know that list is gonna change 5 days to Sunday. But where are we, what's an initial figure that we're looking at? And yeah, we had to go through the chains. Is this something that the director's comfortable with? You know, going through the budget process. We had to come up with some basic number. And I think the number right now, what's the number right now, Amy?
5.7 million.
5.7 million.
so 6 million.
I'll take that.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the rumor I heard. Is it true that every time that one of the rest areas is shut down to be rebuilt and opens back up, it's going to get all new equipment? Is that true?
That is the plan.
That is the plan. Okay, so
That is
there's
the plan.
another part of the
That's
plan.
true. That is the plan.
And that doesn't jive with replacement of old equipment, because I mean,
So
some
that
of that's
was-
replacement of newer equipment.
So do you know when that was discussed? Literally 2 days ago. 2 days ago that was, what is our plan on rest areas? Because it is important with the rest areas.
The rumor mill is clairvoyant then, because the
Oh, it
rumor
is
mill's been saying
clairvoyant.
that for months.
It is clairvoyant.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, hang on a
Mr.
second.
Chair.
I was first.
John,
So during the statewide meeting, Julie Russell specifically asked you, or mentioned that they didn't necessarily want the machine to change that, so that after the rest of it reopened, then you told them that that was not an issue, so now you're backing out on that,
Mr. Chair?
and that's not
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we can talk about this. We can continue to talk about it. I don't know though then, if that's the case, if that's gonna be higher on the priority of replacing that equipment then.
That's her choice too, in that regard, but.
Is she getting a brand new facility, a brand new rest area? Are they shutting hers down?
Yeah.
Remember she asked you in the.
Yeah, November.
In November, and she asked you, and she needed to comment that, well, some of these old machines actually work better than new machines.
We're not sure.
And we said, you know, we can discuss that. And now you're saying that you want to change all the machines in all the rest areas.
I'm just saying that having one rest area with old
I'm not
machines that
saying
are
disagree
brand
with you, but don't disagree.
I think we can have continued conversations and the whys, telling everyone the whys. And let me be clear, if rest area machines are being replaced and that they're not necessarily on the replacement schedule, does not mean we're salvaging them. We would
Folder A,
repurpose
11.
them.
Okay.
But we can look at each individual rest area.
Mr. Chair?
Just a second, Derek. Annette?
I'm just gonna say that the talk of the rest areas has been ongoing, because when Tom Neal's facility reopened, he was told he had to have all brand-new machines. In fact, it was switched out at the last minute, and Tom actually didn't get a choice in his. He was told, we already have machines ordered for you. Now, we made a to-do over that, and we were assured that that wouldn't happen again in the future, that operators would have input on that. But this happened several months ago, that he was told, you're gonna get all brand-new machines at your facility, and you have no choice in the matter.
And again, you're right on how things are messaged. They are not messaged properly. I think a phone call to him, instead of saying, this is how it's happening, this is what's going on, could have been handled much, much better, where here's what we're thinking, here's why, tourism's going in, they're throwing all this stuff up. It's very important for all the people to not, the appearance of an older machine in a rest area versus, and again, the other piece is that when those machines, initial machines, and I know Kelsey Burrier's on the phone too, and Jen, I think that was Jen though.
Yeah.
When we put those machines in, that was a year ago, we didn't have any money. We were stringing machines together, like we did with Kent State and a lot of other things. And that this money has changed some of that attitude. Like we were penny pinching like there's no tomorrow. But it could have been handled better. Absolutely could have been handled better.
Mr. Chairman?
John?
I told you.
I forgot Derek.
Sorry, really fast. I told you a year ago that I had 15 machines sitting on the university. At the base, I've just been sitting there doing nothing. And no one's doing anything to use those machines.
And Derek?
Yeah, well, and I want to respond to what Christie just said about the messaging and everything. And it's like, well, the message certainly to individual operators wasn't handled well, but there was no messaging to the committee, which is a problem. And I mean, the point about Julie raises another issue that I just occurred to me because we're having a conversation now. And this is why we need to have conversations. This is why you need to have conversations with the committee. So if it is important that we replace an operator's equipment at a Kennelly who's had the same equipment for the last 10 or 15 years because it works well and they don't have a lot of service calls and they're used to using it, and now you want to put a bunch of new stuff in, and we've all agreed that that's what's going to have to happen, and it does happen. Are you making allowances for training the operator on all the new equipment?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it's important to have these conversations open with all of us, not just individual operators. Maybe Julie hasn't even thought yet that, oh God, if I have to get all new equipment, I'm not even know how to use it. And that's what comes out in good conversations about these things, and that's why we need to do it. And I agree with you about work groups. Work groups are, worthless as what. Mostly. Sometimes they do get good stuff done, just like sometimes here we get good stuff done. But we need to make sure when it comes to something this big, this important, that our work group is effective and that our committee is effective and that the Bureau is effective in allowing us to work with you. That's all we're asking today. And we can have some of these conversations right now. And we can set up a work group and ensure that it does what it's supposed to do.
So, Mr. Chair, my suggestion is that you have a work group that meets monthly starting as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick somebody to chair it, and I'll do it pretty quick. I'm not gonna make that decision right here. Give me the weekend or so, and I will have a decision, and then whoever does it, I will stress how important it is. And Christy, I don't know who you want from your team to be a part of that. I don't know if you want to be a part of that, or if you want Amy, or both of you, or one of you, or whoever. or Sally,
Chair, I think I'm gonna pick Amy.
okay.
I love a good work group.
I'm not sure we can trust somebody that gave up our again game.
I know.
It's amazing.
Okay.
I feel bad for Chris.
But that's the reason why this was on the agenda, but to have these discussions. The committee needs to have these discussions, as Derek said. We need to have more of them so that we are communicating. I'm someone who wholeheartedly believes if we have open communication and can improve communication, all of us, management, the committee, and even our vendors, everybody's going to function better. That's my belief. So I will just ask one final time if anybody has any motions or anything related to this discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sally.
Kelsey Barrier has also volunteered to be on that work group.
Okay, duly noted.
Hello,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Who is this?
Is that
This
Gary?
is Gary.
Oh, hey, Gary.
Gary.
Yeah, I was a little concerned. I put a bid in for 834, and I have a rest area and pickup. Okay, the concern is they have at the federal locations are considering giving us one last final chance. And that's why I decided to bid on it. Well, not knowing if it's gonna make it, but then my rest area is gonna be closed in a year. I don't know what to do financially, if I should go ahead and accept it, if I get accepted for my bid. Anybody have me an idea what to do?
Yeah, you know what, Gary, I can try and talk to you outside the meeting because I'm not sure I exactly understand what's going on there. So if you can have, I don't know if I have your phone number or not, but if you can have, and I can probably get it from Keith or somebody if I don't, but I'll try and give you a call either later today or over the weekend or something if that's okay with you.
Well, it was also concerning the replacement of machines, because I've been helping build these machines, and there's tons of them broke that won't be, hasn't, I apologize, hasn't been repaired or replaced, like a ice machine.
Oh,
And it's just
well,
that it needs to be brought up somewhere.
well, that sounds like an issue you should probably talk to Keith Trebell, your representative, talk to him about, and we'll go from there. But I'll give you a call too, maybe over the weekend or as soon as I can get your phone number, and we'll kind of go from there, okay?
Okay, well, just bringing it up to the point of being machines being purchased.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. All right. Well, when I get my phone to open back up, we'll move on. Okay, not hearing any motions or anything, I'm going to move to the next agenda item. And the next one I have, and I think this one will go pretty quick before we jump to the major one. I have on here the good grief, rest area / ODOT updates. Anybody have any questions on those? They were sent out. They did come out to the full committee, just giving us a list of the closures and the target dates and target reopening dates and things like that. Anybody with any questions on that? All right, not hearing any. Let's move to the bigger conversation.
Mr. Chair?
Derek.
Regarding the ODOT closures and stuff, I've had a lot of people ask questions about and are concerned about when the closures start happening, what do we intend to do about stipends?
Yeah, I've had that question too.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation we need to start sooner than later too, because it's going to start happening. The closures are going to start happening soon. Some already are happening. Yeah, it's gonna start happening faster and faster, and there's gonna be more at one time than we've ever experienced before too. And we need to have a plan for how to address the stipend issue.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think we need to sit down and figure out, well, the first question is, have they been paid already? We've had a couple that's already in the process. I don't know if they qualified or not. I know Tom's was, but he had other stuff going on. I know, who's it, Dave?
Yeah, Dave
Cunningham.
didn't qualify.
He didn't qualify, so it hasn't been an issue as of up to now. But going forward, it definitely will be, because
Yes.
there's definitely some folks that's their sole business. I think we need to know, kind of get an approximation of how much it's gonna cost, and go from there. Assuming, we don't know exacts, obviously, because ODOT's never on time or with any of that stuff, but say based on the numbers we're given, these are how many facilities, we're estimating this many operators will qualify for a year apiece. And right now, what is our stipend right now, 250?
250.
Yeah, so it's 250, so this is how much it will cost. So someone's got to sit down and do the math, figure out what it's, gonna cost the program, and then we go from there. I think we'll probably be good to, because there's several at a time, but it's not overwhelming at a time. I think we'll be able to do it. Yep. Yep.
We might be able to raise it.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the amount in September, but I think what we need to really do is figure out how much money it actually is going to be. Because it's hard to have a talk until we know what it is, but I think the folks, especially those who have nothing else, and will qualify, should get something.
And the good thing is all of them, there is going to, like Derek said, there is going to be a lot of them, but all of them aren't going to hit in the same year, but I could see there being a little bit of overlap.
It's gonna be a lot of, Mr. Chair, there's gonna be a lot of overlap.
Overlap.
There's gonna be a lot of, and it's not too hard to figure that it's gonna be an astronomical amount of money. And you have to remember too, these aren't matched funds. This is straight service charge. And so, for example, if you've got 6 operators at one time that need it, that's $1,500 a week. And if that happens over a period of, 4 years or 3 years or however long this is gonna take, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Well, never mind, I'm not going to say that. But according to leadership, not our leadership, but leadership, they're supposed to all be redone by 2026. I don't think that's going to
Starting this
happen.
year, so that's 3 years of, and how many operators is it? Total, it's whatever, 33 rest areas, but, so it's gonna affect, 25 operators?
There weren't that many on this.
Just do the math on that.
Yeah,
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's unmatched money. It will, if we try to give it to everybody, we're gonna have a problem. But that doesn't mean we don't need to address the issue, that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chair, that's why we have to figure out how many people are going to be affected, exactly like what Derek said.
Mr. Godfrey, at your service.
And, what it's going to cost us, because some people on the list may not even qualify. I think most will, but some may not. I think we need to get a dollar amount and for kind of a projection of if this timetable stays in place, how much is it going to cost this year? How much is it going to cost this year? Knowing that it's going to change, but at least we have a notion, because I have no clue right now.
Right, we need $2.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's 17 people.
Okay.
For the whole 2 years or 3, whatever it is?
Yeah.
Okay. That's still a lot.
And the
Not
majority
bad.
of them's going to qualify.
4 years?
Well, each operator will probably be somewhere between 12 and 24 months, depending on how fast things happen. So, you're talking about a lot of money. Talking about a lot of money.
And a lot of
And there's a best case scenario and a worst case scenario, and I know it's gonna easily reach into hundreds of thousands of dollars. of unmatched money. Or pure service charge. Mr. Chair, what's the next item on the agenda, the big one you said we have to get to before?
Draft O.BGA.
Oh, before lunch.
I don't know if that's a big one anymore.
I don't think I just wanted to get I had it on there just so that we could all get up to speed. I think, not positive, that we've covered most of that stuff. I was gonna ask if somebody could check, and it's been a while since I looked at it. I thought at one point, a lot of that language in that agreement had been switched to beverage, but I thought there was somewhere in there where it still referenced hot beverage or hot coffee or something like that. Not positive about that because it's been a while, but I just wanted to see if there was some way, and I'm not saying you have to check it right this minute, but if somebody would double check that, because I think what we were all trying to do is make sure we didn't lock anybody into necessarily having to have coffee, a hot coffee, but to be able to sell beverage, and just, if somebody wanted to do it, they can certainly do it, or do cold iced coffees or whatever.
10.
And I was also just trying to make sure that the document is consistent, that if we used beverage in one place, it said beverage in another, it didn't specify hot beverage or something like that. That was the only question I had, if that could be checked on. I don't know if anybody else knew of anything else that needed addressed in that or not.
Mr. Chair, no, not necessarily in the agreement itself, but where are we with it? Because we made a few changes at the last meeting. Have there been more meetings with ODOT since then? Any progress? Just kind of where are we in the big picture thing?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I can give an update. And to answer your question, yes, I will go through and make sure that there are no exclusive references to hot beverages versus just local beverages. After the last meeting, I sent the draft back to them with the ask that came out of that, with the 6.3 and the fees and everything. I have not heard you back yet. I was going to ping them earlier this week to kind of get an update from you all in anticipation of the meeting, but I got an away message that said that the council was out for the entirety of this whole week, so I will ping them on Monday. And if, we get a response, I'll have Christy update you all, but as of now, there's no real update. I'm still waiting to hear back if they're okay with those changes. Like I said last time, I can't imagine that they would care that deeply, but I'll keep you updated, and and I'll take a look at that, Mr. Chair, about the hot beverage thing, and if I see anything, I'll let Christy know, and I'll update it and resend it, and maybe that will get some action.
Yeah, well, so if something comes out of that, Christy, will you just, if they make changes or do something, send it to the full committee and the rest area operators so everybody has a chance to look at it real quick and try and, if there is any, and I don't know that there will be. I think a lot of the changes have been made, and as Dimitri said, I'm hopeful that things are going to stay where they are, but you never know.
Mr. Chair?
Derek?
The reason I was asking about the agenda is that I plan to move to go into executive session, and I think it would be best if we did that right before lunch, yeah, so that people that need to leave the room can just go on to lunch, and then when we come back, we'll resume. So just let me know when you plan to do lunch so I can make my motion to go to executive session.
We'll do that. So let's try and get through one other one, and that is an update on the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base illegal competition update with APs and utilities and all of that. Any movement there? I know that you guys are in the process of hiring outside counsel and all of that stuff, which the committee moved to do in April. So I didn't know if anything had happened. Maybe not that fast, but I still wanted to ask and have it on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I think I can also give an update on that, and your intuition is right. Litigation moves at the speed of sludge, but anyway, we are actually waiting for mediation to be Wright-Pat Air Force Base and ourselves. you know, and maybe this is oversharing, but we were shared with that the person who was coordinating that, the mediator, was out with COVID.
Shutting down.
And so hopefully that can get scheduled next week. But other than that, we're hoping to resolve the continuity of services issues that they haven't responded to yet, and some of those other ancillary things in that mediation. When that gets scheduled, I don't know how into the weeds you want updates, but when that gets scheduled, I can let Christy know to give you guys just an update on that in the meantime. But otherwise, there's not really been anything else from that.
Okay. All right. Okay. The next item I have on here is work group updates. Do we want to, what time is it? It is about 11.
It's 11:30.
Yeah, let's do executive session.
Yep. So I will ask for a motion and a second to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Was that Derek?
Now, when will we return from lunch for the folks that are leaving?
How much more we got left?
I don't know what executive session is, do I have to leave?
No, you don't have to leave.
No, you're good.
Any members are to stay.
I'm still new to the committee, so.
Just so everybody knows, to go into executive session, you have to give the specific reason.
Oh, thank you, okay.
Yeah, we can do
And
that.
then you have to do a roll call vote. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I will.
Second, then you
I haven't
need
for-
the specific reasoning for the executive.
Yeah, we will, and I haven't forgotten, I know we have to vote on it.
Okay. No,
Bear
no
with me
problem. I
one
just wanted to
second
be
here.
clear.
He's seeing what time to tell people.
We have the work group updates, and then we have the University of Toledo second coffee kiosk update. We have university update, site attachments discussion, MOR inventory during temporary closures discussion, secretary contract renewal.
We still have a lot to cover.
Yeah, 12:45.
Yeah, let's try and shoot for 12:45 to return. All right, we do have a motion. Well, Derek, you need to amend
Mr.
that.
Chair, I can move to go into executive session to discuss the federal arbitration regarding the lack of active participation grievance.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Derek,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
John,
Sure.
Larry.
Yes.
I think I got everybody. And I vote yes as well. So, okay, motion passes.
Okay, we're gonna come back on the phone at 12:45. So we're gonna,
Can everybody just All right, Derek, go ahead.
I move that the OVRC retain legal counsel who possesses adequate experience in Randolph-Shepard matters and law for all purposes it determines are necessary to effectively conduct its business, and that the SLA support that effort in every way necessary as required and allowed by law.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. No discussion? We'll call for the vote. Derek,
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
John,
Yeah.
Larry.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes. All right. So there's that motion. Now, the next thing, as I started to say before, I apologize, Derek, thank you for reminding me. The work group updates, and we'll start with statewide, the 2023 wrap-up, and then the 2024 dates that I think the committee needs to look at, and maybe discuss some of the hotel requirements that we're looking for and things like that. So, John Diacogiorgio.
So, I think that the state was a nice success. We all had a good time. One of the things we're going to look at next year is using a different hotel, because a lot of people have problems with that hotel. There's a couple of horror stories. I don't know what detail you guys want, but there was 110 people at the conference. 40 of them were operators. There was 15 OOD staff, 3 trainees, 3 licensees, and 30 spouses and / employees. There were 13 exhibitors there, and there were 64 people there on Saturday, including 2 trainees, 3 licensees, and 44 operators. That's all I got. Yes, I just want to thank everybody who helped publicly as well. You did a nice job.
It was a great statewide.
It was.
Well, I think really.
I had an issue with the keynote speaker. It was totally irrelevant to our business plans. It literally was him bragging about his God work for an hour. And it was just, I thought it was totally worthless.
Okay. Who is that speaking?
John Mack.
The
John Mack.
My 2 cents.
All right. So John, do we need to look at some dates for 24 statewide?
I don't know if we, I can't remember what we talked about. Remember we
Maybe
talked about-
April, we were looking
Oh, yeah,
at
we were looking
maybe,
at doing it maybe in April instead of in May.
like the end of April, mid to end of April.
Right. Because we definitely want to deal with the hotel a lot earlier than we did last year. Because we almost didn't get one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
again, I'm just saying this to get it out there. If if we could make it a Thursday, Friday, or a Monday, Tuesday, then all of the staff could participate. I know that people have to work. Putting that out there.
That's really hard for, sorry, Mr. Chair, that's really hard for the operators because
Okay.
we really, like, I cannot afford to take 2 days off work on a base.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
John?
What would be the difference between Thursday, Friday, and Monday, Tuesday?
I'm just saying not a Saturday.
Right,
That's what
right,
I'm
oh,
saying.
yeah, okay.
But I get that people have to work, so.
Juan Gonzalez joined.
All right.
Yeah, that's hard for some folks. 2
You
days.
do have a year to plan around it.
Speech off.
Okay. Do we want to look at dates, John, or do you guys want to actually look at them and bring them back to the committee in July? I'm just asking. I'm
I
not
wonder,
pushing.
are there dates we need to avoid is probably the question, more than anything else.
The only thing I know of off the top of my head is we should probably avoid Easter and Easter weekend, and we should avoid Mother's Day weekend. And then that one race thing that is, I don't know when that's,
I bet that's mid-May because it's actually this weekend. So if it goes to course next year, it'll be mid-May sometime.
And Mr. Chair, we also definitely discussed doing it outside of downtown next year as well.
well,
Absolutely.
I would
it's a
agree.
possibility. I just want to make sure everybody has transportation and access to restaurants and things like that.
I nominate Zanesville.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Easter is March 31st, so we would avoid that. Again, Mother's Day's in May, so I think we're good. So April, I think, is viable. And we're starting to look right now at, there are other different options, not just out, like even the Polaris area where there might be some possibilities.
Yeah.
Areas that have a big enough ballroom. We've talked in the past, and I'm willing, and I've already had a conversation actually with fiscal. We've talked about doing a box lunch where everyone can, stay there or some type of lunch. The only parameters that we have is that they have to go with what the government rate, it's like Konos rate or something, but we can work within that. We can build that as part of the bid. And so I think right now what we would like is if we could come up with a first choice and a second choice, we could put a bid together and put out a wide net and then bring back to the committee, here are the options, here's who responded, here's who's available those 2 weekends, here are the amenities of this, and then we could go from there.
What's those last 2 Fridays in April?
Okay, let me look.
Mr. Chair,
Amy?
if, depending on where the location is, the Cap City Marathon is April 27th, and we may want to look to see when Ohio State's spring game is. It's usually in April. I can look that up really fast.
So that if it's downtown, we want to avoid that race without a doubt. That would be the 26th and 27th, but maybe the 19th and 20th, or even April 12th and 13th.
I think either would be good.
I'm not gonna be surprised if we don't do it downtown next year, but it's, seriously,
Yeah.
just based on our discussion. Listen, honestly, I'm looking at the last price of the
I think any of those dates are good. I don't
12th
see.
and 13th and the 19th, 20th.
Yep, I think they're,
I think they're good, too.
Poor Amy's like, the 20th is my birthday, Christy. Are we really?
oh, well, we get cake. Cake and steak wise. Yeah, you won't be there Saturday anyway.
You won't be there Saturday anyway.
Kid pre-party.
I want cake though. We gotta have a cake.
Okay, I've got that, and we can start that
We can
wide,
have cake.
wide net and bring all those things back to you guys.
Do we have a couple dates?
Yeah, she just gave me a couple.
12,
The
13th,
12th, 13th.
19th, 20th.
Oh, okay, so we have two different ones in case one doesn't, okay, I gotcha. All right.
Should we also add the first weekend of May, just in case?
What's that?
Should we also add the first weekend in May, just in case?
No, because it's Easter.
No,
Easter's
Easter's in March, but I'm gonna be out of town that week, so I'd rather not, but
What, the first?
it's not all about me.
Who cares, Mom?
I know.
I'm joking.
When are you
Don't put that in the
down?
minutes.
Oh, the first week of May?
Yeah.
Well, we can put it on there just for the.
Yeah. No, I'm just teasing. No, we should do it when it's best for the
So you
program.
want May 3rd and 4th as the third option?
Only if
Yeah.
you have to.
Okay.
You're gonna
Okay.
jinx yourself.
Why?
You're gonna jinx yourself. Why? Get forced into a weekend you don't want.
All right, so the next item I have on the agenda is the budget update and fiscal 2024 development. I don't know if John or Derek, anybody has any updates as far as the budget is concerned, or if they want Amy to, just a general overview of where we are we in good shape, and if anybody has any questions or anything.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The only thing I'm gonna say is that our numbers are looking good. I mean, our cash balance is much higher than it was. Our sales are going up. So we're looking good.
Good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It is that time of the year when we are starting to look at federal fiscal year 24. So I know the budget work group hasn't met since February. So it might be a good idea to start meeting again to look at that. And also, I don't know if somehow we could coordinate with the program growth group about what expansion priorities we're gonna have in fiscal year 24 to try to account for those things in the budget.
Yep, we do need to do that. You're right.
Maybe when's RSA pre-approval and all that stuff due? Like we've got due dates.
It's like mid-August. Then we need to have like our general number to give to RSA.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Derek.
You might need to restructure the budget work group too.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, duly noted.
Mr. Chair, are you gonna do that like in the next week or so? That can't wait till July. That's what I think Amy's saying. We can't wait till July to meet with the budget work group.
For the current.
Well, let me make a phone call and then I'll go from there. Not right now, but you guys get what I'm saying.
Well, put it on speaker.
Yeah. You're wrong. It is wrong.
That would be the most fun we had all year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be fun. I don't know if it's the most fun.
I'm not gonna do that to nobody. No, but we do need to do that, and yes, and my work group the program growth work group needs to get together, and I'll talk to everybody about that in a few minutes, because I have a couple questions for the full committee to see where they would like for us to go with a couple of things. Anybody else have anything on budget? Okay. Oh, well, it looks like,
You're up.
yeah, program growth update. I will say, the consultant in Cincinnati did do an assessment at Cincinnati State. She did recommend it as a site instead of a facility. From talking to Dave and I had a discussion, and I had talked to Annette too, and one of the things Annette pointed out to me is normally when we take over from AVI or a private vending company, usually the sales go up. So one of the things Dave and I would like to do is get somebody to tempt that maybe for one school year and see if the sales can actually be brought up to where it could be a facility, and kind of get that where that goes. Everybody else knows that OU Athens is we're scheduled to take over the other half of campus this summer. So as far as I know, that's still on track. The other thing I have talked to a few different people about that I wanted to ask the full committee about is private sector industry, like, for example, the Intel plant or the Honda plant the Intel plant, I think, somewhere here in Columbus, and the Honda plant, I guess, around Jeffersonville or somewhere in that area. I may not have the geographical name exactly correct, but I don't know how to get a hold of or who we need to approach about that. And someone, I think it was maybe Yvette Shackelford, who had made the suggestion that as a committee, maybe we take a look and work with program management if we could find a private sector company to help us facilitate some of that. It would need to be a very specific kind of contract and hopefully performance-based. I don't want people getting paid for just doing nothing. And then I had mentioned it to Terry Smith in one of the calls I was on with him, and he gave me the name of a company called Rainmaker, and I don't have all the information on them. But is that something, my question, I guess, to the full committee, is that something you guys think we should take a look at and at least explore, or is that something you wouldn't want to do? I honestly think it might be helpful, especially getting us into the private sector and getting us up and running in those industries.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have no problem with exploring it. Contacting that company, seeing if there's others out there, what their cost is, what they offer. Just looking into it doesn't commit us to anything. They may be very reasonable or work on a commission-based, thing like you said for how much, they find us, or, if it leads to an actual signed agreement or anything like that, because we're not getting anywhere in the private sector now.
Right.
So you need to have someone who's focused on doing that. And the operators aren't going to do it unless it's, to their own personal benefit. Some might. The Bureau's not going to do it. It's just one of those things, like so many things. It's something we want to do, but there's just always something else going on. So I think it's absolutely worth looking at.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I realize I'm overstepping my bounds as secretary, but I'd like to discuss another option with you that's based here locally in Cincinnati. Another company that may be able to generate some leads and look into some of these private sector opportunities. And I did discuss this with you at statewide.
I'm sorry, Chris, I don't remember. I know you told me the name of that company, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. But if you want to tell me, you can put it in the minutes. Just give us the name of the company.
Well, the name of the company I'm thinking of is EDOC Service. They're based here. We're actually based in Cincinnati, and I worked for them for 9 years. They actually provide, or they did when I was working with them, have a lot of contractors that they work through, independent contractors. They do lead generation, and they had a lot of people with disabilities, and that might be an account to look into as far as marketing some of these private sector entities. It may be a very high level account for EDOC, but I think it's worth something to look into.
Mr. Chair, can you spell, Chris, can you spell that?
EDOC Marketing, as in electronic, as in EDOC Marketing.
Okay.
And they've actually employed several BSVI consumers and BVR consumers in the past. I was actually working with them for 9 years. They actually closed my case individually with BSVI, was a placement through that company specifically.
Okay. Well, it's something we can certainly put on the
So-
list and put the one Terry Smith suggested on there and try and gather information and especially look into the cost and everything and see, and do the cost analysis.
And Jim Mulaney is president of that company. He's based in Fairfield, Ohio, which is outside of Cincinnati. And edocservice.com is the website, and I can certainly include that in the minutes as well. Or if you need to reach out to me directly.
Yeah, and I will reach out to other people and see if there's any other companies out there that do the type of work that we want them to do. Several years ago, just for perspective, I think we had a company or something that we were paying to go out and find priority locations, and that company really didn't live up to what they were supposed to do. They were getting paid for basically doing nothing, and, that contract was done away with, and it should have been. So, and I don't want to get us into a situation like that. So we want to bring in somebody really good and who's going to do the work and earn their money. But I didn't want to go down that road without talking to the committee about that. And we do have, we're going to go through it and update it. We do have a list of universities. I'm not saying abandon that project. That project's very important to this program. We want to continue on track. And one of the things that I had brought up on the call with Greg and Director Miller was with the additional funding we're getting and with Director Miller agreeing to pay management for the next couple of years, that we might be able to, I'm not saying we'll be able to do everything all at once, but we might be able to accelerate some of those universities and bring them on. We can't do them all in 1 year, obviously, but we might be able to accelerate that and speed that process up a little bit, and create more jobs and not only create more jobs, but we also need to do something as a program about recruiting new vendors. So it's kind of a side-by-side thing that we need to do. And I think that's my update on program growth where I am right now. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So the university talked about that first. What are the sales lifts over there now? What is the population there?
I don't know the population. I think it was a total of 16 machines. Some of those include a couple sites that are not on main campus. And I believe those are close. And I believe those are close to the Ohio-Indiana border. They're not in Indiana, obviously. They're in Ohio, but I think that's their Harrison branch and I don't remember the name of the other one. One was the Harrison, Ohio, and then there was another branch, and it was Evendale, I believe. And I think that's out where General Electric used to be.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think there's a pop and a snack at both of those two satellite locations.
Right, yes.
Do you know what the sales were?
Yes. Mr. Chair, for February and March, 1 month it was like 12,000, and another month it was around 12 or 13,000.
So why would that not be the same?
That would be a facility.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair,
Derek.
regardless, there are rules that we have to follow, and that means that new business gets tenant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what we just want to make, I didn't want to jump in and go, oh, it's just a site. I didn't want to say it's a facility. I think we need one of our own operators in there, a BEP operator, to actually go in and see what all this facility can do. And those numbers right there sounded pretty good. I think when you look at some of the individual machines listed, because I believe Enterprise Refreshment Solutions is paying commission, there might be room to improve those sales. I don't know that for sure. Who knows? But that's what we need. We need real numbers from an operator to be able to make a real good decision.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Was there a site assessment of the university done beyond going and looking at the existing machines? In other words, there should be a site assessment to determine, as we talked about in the last meeting, that that's the appropriate way to apply the law and our priority. They come to us and say, we've got this, and we go out and we do an assessment. And that wouldn't be limited to just looking at the machines that are already being operated there. That would be looking at the entire campus and figuring out what is suitable, what are the suitable sites there for appropriate vending.
Okay.
Because there may be additional opportunities that we're missing that also would need to be tapped to establish what we've got there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So Derek, Tanya and Dave actually did go to the campus. What Cincinnati State had no idea what machines they had, where they were, nothing, and actually provided data for like 30 machines, but there were 12, I think, on main campus, and then, like Dave said, 2 on each of the branch campuses. So I think probably what happened is a lot of the machines shut down and were removed during COVID. So I think that's something we could definitely explore as it's temp, is adding additional machines and seeing what that looks like.
And Mr. Chair, like Sally's correct, they literally did not know where the machines were. We were on like a scavenger hunt. It took us an hour to find the first set of machines.
All the more reason for us to do a thorough site assessment.
He was asking everyone that he came across, like, where are the vending machines at? And he showed us probably 3 or 4 locations where machines used to be there. But the fact that they were never reinstalled kind of tells me they probably didn't make much prior to that either. I mean, if they made money, they would obviously put them back. But that's probably where a site assessment comes in.
Dave, I do have a question. I believe that Tanya or somebody had said that, or the grantor had told Tanya that Enterprise Refreshment Solutions is there every day.
No, I don't remember him saying that. His big one big concern he had was Enterprise apparently sponsors some kind of golf event annually, and he was hoping that whoever comes in would still, carry that on.
Gary Black has been trying to.
I don't know if he wanted to talk or if he was
Just
just saying that he was there.
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure.
Gary, did you want the floor?
No, I tried to, or I'll get it later.
Sorry, Gary, I wasn't trying to ignore you. I was trying to get through that, and then I didn't mean to do that. My apologies, but no, I wanted to recognize you. If you had something to contribute, I wanted to make sure you got something to say.
Well, the only thing I was trying to explain is I have a rest area that's going to be shut down, and it's not on you guys' conversation, I apologize, but I bid on 834, which is questionable for Montgomery County. That they're really upset with their service that they've had. So I bid on it, and we can't temp anymore tentatively. So I bid on it, and I'm gonna lose my rest area, and don't know if I'm gonna lose this. I'm a little frustrated, I don't understand.
Well, Gary, I told you I would give you a call over, if not tonight, over the weekend, and I'll talk to you about it.
I didn't mean to repeat myself. I didn't know
Yeah.
anybody understood.
No, I understand, and I don't know, but I'll talk to you about it. I don't know that I have an immediate solution, but I will talk to you outside of the meeting, okay? But you're certainly.
Okay, I apologize.
You're
I
okay.
didn't know I wasn't allowed to talk.
No, you are allowed. No, you are allowed to talk. Everybody's allowed to talk. But we talked about it earlier. And that's what I had told you. We'll talk over the weekend.
I didn't mean to repeat myself.
That's all right.
It's okay.
It's okay. No problem. No. But thank you for reminding me, and yeah, I will make sure to get in touch with you. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before you move on, you kind of hit on it, and I think it deserves a couple more minutes discussion. The recruiting of vendors. We used to do things like, some of us, I've done it several times, go to, when you guys had your statewide meetings with the counselors and all of that, and talk some about the program and really let them know about it. I don't know how many consumers BSVI has, but I know very few of them are getting, referred to our program. Now, that makes some sense because not everybody's up for this. They don't want it and they wouldn't be up for it. But I really think a lot more should be coming our way and at least exploring it than there are.
John.
So, my question is, Christine, does the OOD still do like job fairs and stuff like that?
Mr. Chair, yeah, but here's the problem with job fairs. The problem with job fairs is, it's when the consumer is they've gone through the training, they have a goal already, and they are, the job fairs are, Lowe's coming in, or Home Depot, or certain businesses. So, and it's for consumers that have already gone through eligibility to plan status. I think what we need to do is twofold. One, we need to really work and start building a better relationship, more consistent relationship with the Ohio School for the Blind. And like what I envision is getting into those kids like at 8th and 9th grade, but then working with the kids that are seniors. But the other piece is, I think we have to work on targeted recruitment, like in Columbus, in Dayton specifically right now. And I think we did a pretty good job pre-pandemic of going around to those counselors and inviting a local operator. Mott's done it before, he did a great job. John Enix did it before, and talking to the counselors, and Annette, you've done it. And Debbie Garrett has volunteered to do some of that stuff and maybe it's even, I put it out to the counselors. If you have someone even interested, before we do the informational interviews or whatnot, we can link them up with a seasoned operator to talk about this program. Because I do think you guys can sell it the best. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be a part of the conversation. We will, and I'm willing and able to listen to any possible ideas that you guys have. This is another thing that maybe we need to look at what other states are doing too. Because I agree with you in that. I think that there are people out there that don't know about the program that could absolutely benefit from this program.
So, Mr. Chairman?
John.
So for the good or bad of the program, that's why I thought that this was one of the job fairs. And that's why I got involved in it.
Oh, okay.
Darn that job fair.
I think it's for the good or the bad.
You were trying to sell us going to the job
No,
fairs, John.
I do good job.
I know you do.
But seriously, they had like a 2-day job fair where they had like different sessions on different topics, and there was one I was going to go to and it was canceled, and it got canceled, and so I just jumped in there just to listen. And Anissa was talking, and I signed up right in that room.
All right. Anything else on program growth? Okay. I think we're going to move to the next one, and I do believe the next one is, I believe it's efficiency.
Mr. Chair, we did pretty much what we did before, but what I talked about before with the site attachment stuff, we do need to get back on our survey. But one thing I was thinking about earlier is we've talked about work groups and making sure we meet and all of that. And I'm probably as bad at this as anybody. You get these work groups and then you get doing other things and it just doesn't get scheduled. I think some of our work groups need to figure out how often we want to meet and set a time, the second Tuesday of each month at this and such time or something like that. So it's on the schedule, just like an OVRC meeting is or so many other things. So it's not left out there just kind of hanging and, like I said, people get busy, they got medical stuff, this happens here and that happens there and it just doesn't seem to work. So I think in general, our work groups, not just efficiency, but all of them, if it's needed, some work groups are one or two meeting shot, need to set up a particular time, and that's their routine. They meet each time, you know, every other week, every month, every 2 months, whatever they feel they need to do, to get the stuff done.
Yes.
I agree.
All right. Any update on OVM?
No.
Okay.
No.
Moving on from that one. University of Toledo second coffee kiosk update.
Mr. Chair, I think that's me.
All right. Dimitri.
So from the last meeting, I think I shared I hadn't heard anything. Well, that has changed. I pinged them last week and got a response towards the end of the week that from the attorney that they wanted to kind of propose an option. And so we met Tuesday this week. And basically the proposal from them was, okay, you guys decided it was suitable. Are you open to us paying you a commission? And I was like, well, I'm not the decision maker. I have to talk to the group on Friday. So I was like, what are you thinking? What does that entail? And basically they said that they would like to explore the idea of paying a commission and have a discussion about what the formula would be. And he asked me my thoughts, and I said, I'm not familiar with what the formula would be, what it's based on. So I did ask our staff, you know, what typically happens, and they said, you know, it's kind of unique. So, so two things I guess we need to discuss, or you all need to discuss, and then you can tell me what you think. One, how do you feel about that proposal? And then two, what kind of a formula do you think is appropriate if you do actually want to accept what they're proposing? So two-part.
Mr. Chair?
Jared.
Was at one point the committee talked about making our own offer, that we would just give up completely the idea of the Starbucks in exchange for them clearing the path to us getting the vending at UT. Was that the discussion at all?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for reminding me here. As a part of that conversation, I did talk about, you know, there's a concern about unfair competition to the original kiosk. Also, we do have priority on main campus. We, you know, the SLA and the committee are very, you know, interested in exploring how to provide services on the main campus and all of those sorts of things. And he was open to that. Obviously, he's not a decision maker, but I did have the staff track down the current contracts that are on the campus, and I sent those over to him to kind of further that discussion about expansion onto the main campus. About, you know, hey, you have a POP contract that's up in 2025. The last contract that was provided to our staff is expired, presumably.
For snack.
For snack, yeah, is presumably expired, but you obviously renewed that at some point. We don't have the current contract. Can you provide the current contract? And can we start having conversations about, you know, getting onto the main campus? I haven't gotten a response yet. And full disclosure, that was sent recently. That follow-up email to our meeting on Tuesday was sent recently. So but I did ask him to meet Wednesday so that I could give a report out to them on how you guys are feeling or what follow-up questions you might have or anything, you know, whatever comes out of this discussion. So if he gets back to me about the expansion thing in between now and Wednesday of next week, I can have Christy fire off something so that you can respond before I meet with him, you know. But yeah, he's brokering for his client basically, and I'm obviously for the SLA, but yes, that was a very tangential response, Derek, that yes, I did talk about that and I made it very known that like, hey, like we need to have this conversation about expansion. It's not just the like maybe, we need to be talking about that, so yes.
Mr. Chair, I think the motion a couple months ago was twofold. It was commission and to talk about expansion on the main campus.
I believe that's what it was.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think absolutely. Whatever we can get for the program, if we can get them to pay a commission in order to put up the thing. Normally, those formulas would go such and such % of sales less any sales taxes they have to pay. That's typically how commissions work. Ones that are out there in other parts of the country now, right around 10%, so that can get like a point to think about. But and then if we can get onto the main campus too, would be thrilled with that personally. I think that would be great.
Gary.
If we were to accept a commission, somebody's going to want that commission for themselves.
If we were to accept that commission, somebody should get that commission for themselves.
Okay, I just wanted to start
Because
the conversation.
if it's in their facility, that's where it goes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
In that case, I oppose the commission.
John.
I oppose the commission also. When I ran my Starbucks at Wright-Patterson, I ran at a 25% profit with 3 employees. Taking 10%, we're losing half the profit, minimum.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair? What happens to the other coffee kiosks right down the
Sure,
hall?
Mr. Chair,
It's
so
gone.
there's
Oh,
two
it's gone.
facilities on that. There's two
Yep.
facilities on that campus right now, on the health science. One's being temp and one's permanent. And so yeah, I think that would be another discussion.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Hang on a second. Derek.
the temporary coffee kiosk will vanish when the new Starbucks opens
It will.
up. And that's going to leave one operator, and that operator's going to want that. And I object to accepting commission for any business unless there's nobody available to operate the business. And in this case, we could have a business available to create an opportunity for a blind individual, and we should take advantage of that in lieu of the commission. However, giving up that opportunity is worthwhile if we're able to leverage that against them making an absolute clear path to all of the vending available on the main campus, which would create a couple of great jobs, if not more.
And Mr. Chair, to follow up, I agree with you, Derek. Again, we don't have many people able and willing to run a Starbucks. We've talked about that up there, except I know of one person. The other thing is, and we can talk about where the commission goes, but regardless, whoever gets the commission, if it goes to one person, one thing, they have to claim that as sales, right? And that's one service
Absolutely.
charge.
We get 20% of the back.
Yeah, that's a service charge.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That was gonna be my point exactly. I wouldn't say we give all that up to get all the UT stuff. If we had to, we could, but we could get both. If we can get, it looks like they're amenable to the idea wherever the commission goes. Well, like I said, we could talk about that more later, but of getting a commission on the Starbucks sales and getting the vending at the main campus. I would not turn down the commission to get the UT campus if we can get it anyway. We can get both.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Gary.
we've got the UT campus if we want it. All we
Yeah, it's just about fighting it.
All we
yeah.
gotta do is go get it. It's ours. The question is how much effort goes into getting it? But in principle, I object to, like John, we're leaving a lot of stuff on the table. And I object to open food in general too. But I don't think the commission from that and how it will be handled and what it'll get us is significant enough relative to what else we could get for it.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with both of them. Not the least of which, I don't think we should be negotiating for something we already have priority to get. And we can have both. But I don't know that we should take a commission when it's something we should be running.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I forgot an additional piece that you probably want to know, so I apologize. Dave, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Also, I did find out in my conversation with the UT attorney that they are paying the royalty fee. So you should factor that into your discussion too, that UT's paying the royalty fee and the franchising fees and all the fees associated with that Starbucks. I know that was a point of conversation in the past.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, Mr. Chair, that was where the problem was coming in. I would love it more, I mean, if we could go in there and run it ourselves, an actual Starbucks franchise or whatever it is, and run it ourselves, that would be our top choice. But we don't have, our program can't build it. We're not able to build it, and we're not able to pay the franchise fees. That's where this whole conversation, we got kind of iffy on this whole thing anyway. If we can find a way around that, all of those barriers, and put a guy in there and run it, like what John was saying there at the base, that was a Proudly Brewing. They want a real Starbucks store. And that's where we've been, an actual true Starbucks, not a Proudly Brewing, and we all know that we say, hey, we can come in and do just as well and all that. That's not what they're saying. And they're trying to negotiate with us a way to get that real Starbucks store. And we told them that, hey, it's ours if you do it. Well, they know we're not going to be able to build it, and we're not going to be able to franchise it. There's not resource money for that sort of thing on an ongoing basis. So they're trying to work out a way to get something for us. If we can get the 10% or whatever commission paid back to some entity of our program, whether it's the program, the operator, the operators, well, however that works, and get everything cleared for us to get job. I mean, we're willing to walk away from the whole thing to take the UT campus. Let's try for both.
Well, Mr. Chair, Denny, are you saying that they, obviously if they open that Starbucks, somebody will have to pay the franchise fees and so forth. Are they suggesting that they would pay them if we were to run it, or are they just saying we're going to be paying that since we're opening the place?
Mr. Chair, good question. He kind of just mentioned that as, you know, because I said, you know, what are you proposing in terms of this formula? What's being factored in on your side? And he said, well, you know, the construction costs, franchise costs, royalty costs, things like that. So, you know, if you want me to, and I know you guys aren't going to talk about this, but if you want me to ultimately go back and say, hey, if you're going to pay all of these things, you're going to, you know, and have an operator in there, we can talk about that too, but I don't think that they will.
That's not what they want. They don't want one of our operators in their Starbucks.
And to Dave's concern, you know, I did push very strongly, like, we have priority regardless. So like, we want to have the conversation about getting onto that main campus. And I threw out the contracts out there. So, you know, I agree with him and all of you that we do have priority, and we shouldn't like forget that on the main campus for sure.
10%. And clear the way for the UT campus.
I agree.
That's a motion.
I also agree to that. But that's what you go back with.
Mr. Chair, I think we should try to get the Starbucks first. Especially if they're willing to pay the commission and stuff.
They don't want.
I know, I don't care.
I know.
That's their problem.
Well,
Well, Mr. Chair, don't we have priority for this kiosk also?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Chair, we have priority on the health campus.
Absolutely.
And we've determined what we think is a reasonable service level. They're requesting additional. So if we don't agree with them, then they're not allowed to put something up. And if we do agree with them, then we can negotiate this the way that we're doing. That's the problem. But in terms of what they want, we can't provide it. It's not possible for the state to operate a franchise Starbucks. It just can't happen. And they don't want us running that Starbucks. and that's really shady. It's just crappy as far as I'm concerned.
It is.
All the more reason.
So if we want to, I mean, we could take them, we could fight this and say, we'll give you a Proudly Brewed by Starbucks in the location that you want it, because we could, and it would be a better location for it anyway. So we could go that route. But that's problematic in itself.
Why? If we have priority though, I mean, if
Yeah,
we
well-
say that's what we can provide.
Yeah, we're having trouble operating the one that exists, so operating a newer one isn't going to be any better than what we're struggling with the one that's there now.
And Mr. Chair, on top of that, if they're not getting what they want, I doubt they are gonna be willing to build it. They're not gonna build something they don't want.
No, they won't. They know what they want, and they're going to have it. And I think the best play for us is to milk
But this is-
everything we can out of it.
But this is gonna kill the other kiosk, right?
It is, that's,
It's half dead anyway.
yeah, it's not doing very well anyway, that's true. But if we can get 1 to 2 other jobs out of it right away, without having to fight for it and get it and have that expansion opportunity and get the commission too.
But we're gonna have to wait till 25, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Mm-mm.
Oh, well, that's.
They
that's
want this-
different. I mean, if.
So, Mr. Chair, let's talk about that. Their POP ends in 2025.
That doesn't change our priority.
I get that. You guys once said that you don't want to go after snacks without the POP. Are you changing, can we get snacks first and then get the POP in 2025? Are you open to that, or are you still on the thing where we're not going to accept anything unless it's all of it?
Get it all.
Why would we? Why
I
would we
mean, I
want it
think
all?
we can get an MOU for the POP for 2025, but to tell them to go and break their contract for the POP, I think is going to be a little bit more
They don't have
difficult.
to break their contract.
For the POP,
They don't. We stay within the boarding rights.
No,
They actually have a service.
they have a service
Oh,
contract, yeah.
Okay.
but do you understand what I'm saying? I absolutely think we need to memorialize what we're getting out of this deal, no matter what. But what we want, that's what we need to be clear about.
Mr. Chair, I would like to get it all at once. But if we have to, as long as we have an understanding that we would get, it memorialized, like you said, in an MOU or actually a signed Bureau grantor agreement that takes.
Mr. Chair, if a contract exists, and it exists because the property manager failed to contact us, then I have no sympathy for them and the contract that they need to break to follow the law and grant our priority.
And that's something we could definitely bring up, Mr. Chair.
Make
Tell
them
'em.
break the contract. We should be breaking the contracts everywhere that we're able to, that we deem appropriate for us to do business on. I don't care about their contracts, they're illegal contracts.
Well,
Chair.
I'm considering we're leaving half of on the table to take the commission, yeah.
John,
By the time we do all the work to break that contract for 2025 anyways.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what's
that's
the-
true.
So what's the difference?
it is true, because it'll take that long to go through the legal
Exactly,
system.
that's my point. So we should just know what the
Not
house.
necessarily, because this is a negotiation. This isn't somebody's gonna sue somebody. This is a negotiation. So if we can negotiate it that way, that's great.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
Absolutely.
But in other circumstances, yeah, that's true. We could tie it up in a 119 hearing for 5 years or whatever. But in this case, it's a negotiation. They can help clear the way by negotiating their way out of a contract that they shouldn't have gotten into in the first place.
I think it's, Mr. Chair, worth
And
talking to them.
I don't have any sympathy for them either because of the fact that they are dead set against having a blind person in their freaking
their
Starbucks.
yeah.
That's insulting.
I agree.
So I have no sympathy for them whatsoever. But I'm willing to get whatever we can out of them so they can have their precious Starbucks. I'm sorry to sound so childish.
Mr. Chair, Derek's completely
But, I
right.
mean, yeah, I'm tired of this stuff. I'm tired of
Mr.
people
Jones.
trampling all over our priority.
Mr. Chairman, I'm also not convinced it's gonna do that well in the first place.
Well,
I'm kind of with John on that.
After seeing it, I'm not convinced.
that,
Well, the one that we're operating isn't doing great. I don't know
Exactly my
what
point.
makes them think that the other one's gonna be.
That's my point, exactly.
Mr. Chair,
John McNamara.
we actually opened that Starbucks with broken equipment. She couldn't fill any salads, nothing like that, because there was no keys to open up the cold box. So we opened that Starbucks half-assed, quite honestly. We kind of set it up for failure from the beginning.
there's a motion out there to go for the 10% and the UT stuff. There's a motion on the table.
Do we make?
Yeah.
Do we make a motion? Was that?
Yes, Derek made a
Derek,
motion and I
okay.
seconded
No, I thought Derek said
Yeah,
that.
I said 10% and go for the UT.
Oh, okay, I didn't know you
Okay.
made it
That's a
official.
motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, and I seconded it.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I didn't hear the word motion in there. so-
Well, he did say.
He said there was
I
a
might-
motion right there, but I didn't know he was
He said
making.
motion, but I wasn't sure.
Okay.
I hit record, and I actually recorded it as if it were a motion, so.
Okay, all right. Well, then, let's do the vote. Derek?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
think Demi has a question for clarity.
Oh, okay.
10% of what?
Oh, yeah, you.
Oh, sales less sales tax.
Sales?
Adjusted gross sales.
Adjusted ourselves.
Yes.
It'd be commission of 10% adjusted gross sales of
This is how
adjusted.
that's the appropriate wording.
So percentage of adjusted gross sales, 10%
10%
of adjusted.
of adjusted ourselves.
You have it, Chris?
I do. 10% of adjusted gross sales,
Okay. All right, let's try.
and that's seconded?
Yes,
Yes,
I
by
did.
Annette.
Yeah.
All right, now let's vote. Derek?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
John?
Yeah.
Larry?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Passed unanimously.
Okay, and I got to get to Larry. Larry had asked me, Sally, did I hit everything in the program growth about university update, or did you have anything else?
Yeah, actually, so for next summer, we have plans anyway to take over the POP at Cleveland State. Tri-C will be taking over the rest of the campuses. You guys know about OU. Kelsey Burrier and I have been talking to Stark State in Canton. It's right across the street from Kent Stark. And we thought that would make a nice job, the two of those together. So we've been talking with them, trying to see if we can get in there as well. Cincinnati State, you know about. And then obviously UC, you guys know about, you know, your
And I have
colleges
them
there.
Yeah, and I have that on there a little bit later, and we'll get into that.
They get their own whole line on the agenda.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get all of that straight to where, Larry, I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
But anyway, Larry said he wasn't feeling real great, and he had asked, and I jumped to a couple of other agenda items. I meant to, after Derek's motion, meant to go to the site attachments, but anyway, let's get into the site attachments discussion now, because, we have, Annette had pointed out in an email that went back and forth in Akron about we have that issue in Akron. She was making a point that we're going to eventually have it in Columbus, and that we need to, as a full committee, at least take up this as a bigger and general discussion and see if we need to make any decisions or what we need to do or what we can do to assist or help with this. So, Annette, did you have some things you wanted to?
Well, I guess the thing came up about, that there was an email that went out from an operator who was upset that things were being temped for a long time up in the Akron-Canton area, and wanted things to go out as site attachments and, kind of clear some of that stuff up. And I just responded back that, hey, we don't want to just give things out as site attachments. That there's that many things up there, it may eventually be able to be put with something and make another job. And that led me to believe about Columbus, we sooner or later are gonna have issues with Columbus, downtown and all over, where there's gonna be a bunch of sites that I don't want them just going out as a matter of routine when a piece of business comes out as a side attachment. I've said this many times in the past that once we put something out as a side attachment, it's gone. It is gone forever, and we can't use that business again to create jobs. So I think our priority should always be creating jobs and making sure that we have jobs for people.
Mr. Chair?
John.
That's exactly why we haven't posted the Lazarus building yet.
Yep.
That's why we haven't worried about it. I suspect we'll see more in the next month or so too.
So that's where it came up. I just thought we should have a talk about it if we need to. If there's people that feel differently, then they should go with it. But if we can create jobs, let's make jobs.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Derek.
I want to clarify the situation. I think all this came up because Jeff Squibb was upset about that fact. But the reason he was upset, and I got this from Tom Neal. I haven't read the emails from Jeff Squibb. I wish we had. I wish that had gone around to the full committee so we could see that stuff and know what's being talked about. But Tom Neal, who's been working with Jeff Squibb, reported to me that Squibb's issue is that he was hoping to bid out of his post office facility into Akron U, is that right?
Yeah.
And there was discussion in the background with staff and other people that perhaps some of those site attachments would be put together with the post office to make it more attractive then. And he was upset that he wouldn't be given the opportunity for his facility to benefit from those before he left it.
Mr. Chair,
And I don't disagree with that.
I would like to point out.
Hang on a second, John.
Okay, sorry.
Derek.
No, that's it.
Okay.
I would like to make the fact known that the week before Jeff Squibb wrote the letter complaining, he actually gave up one of these site attachments. And all these site attachments have come from Dean, Aaron, Steve, one at a time. They weren't been pieced together. And to actually tell you about numbers, I gave this to the sighted people so the blind people know. Akron, Canton, Mansfield, Worcester, Oroville, Salem has 58 machines. They're in 23 buildings. From January 1st to April 30th, 4 months, they did a total of $43,942, which is $10,900 a month, an average of $45 per machine per week for a 5-day work week, which is $9 a day per machine. The mileage we're talking is Mansfield to Salem is 104 miles one way, Akron to Canton 24 miles one way. Out of these 58 machines, there is no truly good location where if like your stuff is getting close to out of date, where you could take it out to a Canelli or I could take it to the roads or something and it'd be gone in 3 or 4 days and you would be able to rotate your product. There is no truly good location between any of these 58 machines where you can really move your stuff that's close to being out of date.
Mr. Chair,
Does that mean we shouldn't even be running these places? Is that what I'm being told? I mean,
Mr. Chair,
Where's that, Kelsey?
this is Kelsey. I'm the consultant in that area. It's always, since these sites started to be available during COVID, right? Everybody's given them up. Most of them are county sites, government sites, courthouses. And we felt as of January, and Dawn and Larry and I discussed this, probably December, January, that we knew this summer we're gonna have to rip the Band-Aid off. Either we can make a facility out of it or the site attachments. Like, they really just started to come back after COVID. Like, I think that we're confident now that this is the new normal for these sites and what they're gonna be. But in addition to that, we've also have another operator who keeps giving up sites in the Canton area. And that's only 25 minutes away from Akron. I feel like we can make a facility another job for somebody. I mean, it's not the intention, I get Jeff's concern, but it's not the intention to attach those to look like this.
Attached to the store.
His post office.
There was never, yeah, it was never.
It was never-
talked
That was
about.
never a discussion.
That was never discussed.
That was never discussed.
No.
If
always
if the
discussed-
post office ends up empty, then
It would go out for bid.
we might throw that in the mix to make it a job. Because clearly you don't have a job there, you're gonna have to add it to something
Mr.
for it to be a job.
I think we will have it,
There's-
because we since then have gotten some Canton ones just recently, May
Just,
10th,
yeah.
that transferred KSU
Second
start, that Steve Weaver gave up, and he gave up the Canton post office. And we have other sites. We've lost a couple operators that have retired, and we've lost maybe 2 facilities in our area. So this will bring back at least 1 more facility for our area.
All right, Larry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, 2 new sites were just recently put out that could increase the sales. And we'll put it out as a facility. If it don't work out, we'll put it out as side attachments. What's the big deal?
That's what I agree.
Mr. Chair,
Annette.
I was just gonna say,
It's not a facility right now.
what John described is not a facility.
But there's 2 more
We
sites.
know that, but, and we're not saying it would go out, that's what Larry's saying, and we're not saying it would go out like John's running it right now. You know, there may be some sites involved in that. There very well could be. But, and there's also some new business, it sounds like, that Larry's mentioned, and Kelsey, and even Sally mentioned in her report. So some of these things could go with some of that and get more jobs out of it. What I'm saying is this rush to do it, if we can make jobs out of things, then I'm not saying put it out as is right now. That would be absurd. But let's not throw them away yet.
So, Kelsey, did I understand you correctly that it was never intended, or the intent was never to attach any of these sites to that post office?
No, no.
Okay.
No, that's not the thing. If anything, I mean, and that'll be up to the local OVRC. If that happens, there's one site that should probably be peeled off and put with 76 because they're only 5 minutes away from each other. And it makes a better facility that way, so it's never to add to that, no. And I agree with Annette, and I think that's why we held on to them so long. We didn't want to throw them away because they were good sites in the past and try to salvage something for a job.
Mr. Chair, if that absolutely was not the case, then I don't think Jeff Squibb has anything to worry about. But if that happens, I'll be gravely disappointed. If he bids out of that place and wins the new facility and then we attach all that stuff to the post office, I will be very disappointed.
Mr. Chair, go ahead with John.
John.
Just to give you, I do make about 1,000 a month off that. I got about 900 a week in payrolls between one employee and a part-timer that helps her. And just as the operator, I make 1,000 a month off that, about 11,000 a month in sales. So I'm not losing money on the location. Nobody's losing money.
I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, but you're right. It is not a job for someone to live on.
I'm all for saving things, little things. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, I apologize, I didn't ask for the floor. Annette and I have talked about for a long time, and this is her idea. I think temporary facilities and site attachments shouldn't be permanent unless there's a very compelling reason to do so. We should save all these little things up until we can create a job with them. I agree with that. But in the circumstance that was described to me, that's unethical, as far as I'm concerned, to do something like what was described to me and what I just described to the committee.
And Derek, I heard the same thing.
Yeah. That's unethical. If that happens, I will have a big problem.
Which
I'll scream from the rooftops. That was wrong.
Well, I don't think that's
But if that's not the
yeah.
case, and I believe that it's not, based on what Kelsey and these gentlemen are saying, I believe that that's true, that there's some kind of misunderstanding. So,
Yeah, and I had talked to Larry too after I had heard that, and I think Larry had called me to talk to me a little bit about it, and from my discussion with him, that was never the case, and, so, anyway, I don't know where that came from, but we all know how things, one person talks to one person, they talk to another person, and then it gets twisted so many times, nobody knows where it came from, so. Anyway, I guess my question for the committee, is there any action we need to take or that we need to do as far as this is concerned?
Gesundheit.
Yeah, bless you.
I don't think so at this point. I think we got out.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Chair, in the future, when there's things like that that are sent to the chair and the vice chair, can those things be circulated to the full committee?
Absolutely, Derek.
Especially since we're going to be
Yeah.
requested to discuss the issues.
My apologies, and I didn't know where it was going, and I didn't know what all was involved or how. And yeah, I should have just done it by default anyway.
Mr. Chair, the only caveat I would make to that is if the operator wanted it to be sent and made public to the whole committee. Some things they may not want. I don't want there to be a general consensus that everything that you or I get from an operator should be circulated to everybody. This here was pertinent and it should have been, but some things may not be pertinent
And I'm
everybody.
usually really good about that, and I kind of missed it on that because I usually want communication going to everybody so that when we walk in this room, everybody's in the know.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I didn't hear about the post office thing until right this moment.
Yeah.
It was the first time I heard that story.
Me too.
From Derek.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe that this isn't the case. There's some kind of misunderstanding.
Dave?
Is there like some basic, is there anything in the rules how long a site can be temped in limbo before it gets attached or before it gets put together to make a facility?
It has to come back to the committee, and the committees, and we have done that.
Every 6
Probably even more often than that, to be honest.
All of them.
You have to redo your contracts.
Okay. I was just curious. Because I think it probably is, it's not the first time I've heard hints of people complaining that things get temped forever and they never go out for bid side attachments and things like, I've heard that like countless times over the years.
I've seen the certificate, and they don't build.
Yeah.
So it works both ways.
Mr. Chair,
Larry?
I've noticed everybody, well, not everybody, but majority of people want to see more facilities made unless the side attachment's in their backyard.
Exactly.
56 p.m.
All right. The next thing I have on the agenda, and this came up at statewide, it was talking about MORs, and I just put both on here. I put MORs and inventory during temporary closures, because it's going to affect a lot of maybe rest area operators and some other operators. But there was a discussion, and I guess a question was asked about filing MORs and some different stuff at statewide. And I believe Annette tried to answer that at statewide, but I wanted to take it up here as well so that it's all clarified and clear to everybody, and I believe if Annette, yes, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it was asked about, people filing MORs, and I was under the impression, I guess, I may have been wrong, so I'm glad I got that out of the way for the year, but, that people still had to file MORs during COVID, even if they had 0 sales. I thought that was the case. It may not have been. So that's when I answered the question that even if your facility's closed down, you're supposed to still file. And honestly, I would think people should want to file because you don't want to lose those points in a possible selection. If your facility was closed for some time and you weren't filing reports, then you're kind of treated like a newbie coming in. So that's where I was coming from. But then Christie said you weren't sure about whether people file.
Mr. Chair, Amy or Sally can answer this. They're very clear on this.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So to keep the agreement active, like our system, you have to file a monthly MOR.
Okay.
So like Terry Warder's example, his facility never opened during COVID, but every month he did file a 0 MOR. And then that keeps your agreements open, so you get those seniority days and all of that comes with it.
You have to have an active agreement to get the stipend, so.
Right.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I wasn't wrong.
You were not wrong.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just as a point of clarification, unfortunately, even though you're filing a $0 MOR, you still can, get the lates or the penalties for not filing.
Awesome.
Just heads up to everyone.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Derek.
we need to send out a letter informing operators of all of this information.
Yeah, that's true. That's,
Mr. Chair, we got, you guys want to address the inventory piece?
I'm sorry, Christie, what did you?
Do you guys want to address the inventory, Amy, Sally?
Are we to that point?
Inventory.
Yeah, the inventory, do they still need to, well, they're going to be closed, they can't really submit an inventory, but do they still need to file one?
We don't file anyway.
Oh, they're semi-annual inventory?
Oh, we don't file, never
Yeah, we
mind.
don't do them anyway.
We just.
Or
put it
we don't file them anyway.
I think for inventory, to be clear, and what we've done in the past is that when we have a close date, that person's responsible for.
Mr. Chair, it's not their semi-annual inventory, it would be the balance of their initial inventory. They would still carry that balance.
Right.
And the program's not going to count them out per se.
Right.
And then when they reopen, reestablish that inventory, it would be on that operator to sell down their inventory or sell it to another operator
Yeah, good luck.
at an open location and restock when the rest area would open.
I was gonna say, I went through that once before, trying to sell it to other operators. That didn't work very well. I think that was the question. Lisa Litzinger had said, don't we have to be counted out? And I was thinking, no, you're not being closed permanently. So we're not.
There is no count.
Yeah, there is no count, right?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I actually hadn't finished, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, that was good to address that then. A more interesting question in all of this, and I'm gonna chalk this one up to Tom Neal too, because he's talked about this for years, and I think it's really interesting. And this is a particular time where this could become an issue. Our monthly operating reports do not allow us to go into the red. It's not a profit and loss, it's a profit only. And so if somebody incurs expenses during the 12 months that they're closed, they don't get to then later reap the benefit of their losses by diminishing service charge at a future time when they go back into the black, so to speak. And I think that's problematic. It's only occurred a couple times that I know of over the years, but this is a time when it's going to occur frequently because people are going to continue to have overhead with, vehicle payments and storage that they may have to maintain or whatever other things that there are out there. And I don't know that we can easily address this, but it's certainly something we should think about for a minute.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
It absolutely is. People should be able to go, negative and get some kind of credit. But if they can't, my suggestion would be that they just wait until they're back open and have sales sufficient to show that before they write it off. Those expenses. They're gonna have to pay them either way, but don't write them off until you have sales to counteract them.
Mr. Chair, that is a solution, but it would have to be with prior approval because if you do it on your own, you're violating the rules because expenses need to be demonstrated that when they're incurred, when they occur and all that kind of stuff.
I'll pay it out of my pocket and my business will pay it when I have the expenses to do it.
Technically, but it would be better if we could all work together and find a solution to the problem and not have to question whether we're doing it above board or not,
It would be nice though if it could go like that. Derek is absolutely right. I suggested a workaround, but it's better not to have a workaround.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
And it should be addressed.
We are going to have people who are going to, one of the issues a lot of people run into with storage today, for example, if you give up your storage, and if you're in food service, like all of us are, good luck on getting a new storage unit, because most of them don't want food service on their property anymore.
Nope.
So you almost have to keep what you have, especially if you're happy where you are, because you're going to play havoc to find somewhere else. So, and I don't know if there's a way to they said the MOR would probably be all zeros, but
Well, Mr. Chair, we work, I know operators have worked out deals with the Bureau, not worked out deals, that doesn't sound right. They've gotten pre-approval to do things like, I paid cash for a vehicle, can I amortize that over the next 12 months or something? And they're allowed to do that. So I think it could work, in this circumstance as well. Essentially, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly what you're doing.
Mr. Chair, as far as inventory goes for people who will be shutting down, every once in a while I see in emails, the Bureau sends out inventory for sale. I don't know if those are successful or not, but no, they're not. Nobody ever buys them.
Derek would disagree. Derek disagrees. He thinks they're very successful.
What's successful?
The inventory auctions.
Oh, yeah. I can't tell you the amount of money I've made.
But usually the same person wins.
Yeah, I know. That's why you think that they're successful.
Honestly, I have a massive box of knickknacks that one of these days I'm going to bring to an OVRC meeting or statewide or something and just start throwing them at people.
Hey, there's our door prizes. There's our door prizes.
why are you doing that? What on earth would you do?
For statewide, our statewide door prizes. Derek's a box of goodies.
So what are those?
No, it's one story. I'll tell you on the way.
All right, anything else on the temporary closures and inventory and MORs? All right, the next item I have on the list, Christy did approach Annette and I Saturday morning before statewide. I wanted to talk about contract renewal for the secretary. The other thing Christy had mentioned to us was they want to see if they can include like a Ring Central or a Zoom as part of that contract to try and help with the phone system since Tom is unable to do it anymore. But he did it for a long time and we appreciate it. But anyway, so I wanted to open that up for discussion, and I don't know who wants to start. I don't know if Christy wants to start or.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It makes sense for us to do that, but it's not going to solve the problem of people not being able to hear us.
Yeah, we need other equipment too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That pays for Mr. I'm sorry, it's the end of the meeting. We always get kind of loopy with the Robert's Rules stuff. But I think it makes sense to pay for the account, because right now we're just kind of piggybacking on Chris's account anyway that he's generously letting us use. But it would be nice, honestly, it would be nice to have our own number and our own account that's OVRC's, and that could be part of the secretary's.
And also our meetings and stuff like that we have like our.
Yes, yeah, when we have local area meetings, when we have, work group meetings, things like that, that we used that Ring Central line for
everything,
a lot of things. Like I said, when I did a Toledo area meeting, that's the number we use. So it would be nice to have a Zoom or Ring Central or whatever account that you could get familiar with the number. That's the one you always call in. And so that does take care of that. But yeah, we do have to find some kind of equipment to allow people to hear better too. And that would be separate necessarily from the secretary contract, but.
Yeah, and I use those meetings like you, Ned, for local. I also use them for work group. Use Ring Central for work group meetings as well.
Yep.
So it's something we need to work on. But Christy, did you want to go over with us what you were?
So, Mr. Chair, my concern is this. We got an email yesterday that contracts, again, are on the biennium. And for the secretary, we need to get a contract in the works like in the next 30 days to be effective for the July meeting. And so that's my biggest concern right now. And I know you said, Frank, that technically it's the new chair that, you know, is decision come July, but then we're gonna be without a contract for Chris to take the minutes. And so I think my ask to you guys is can we get something going so we can secure Chris's contract and go forward with that?
Is there a reason why we can't?
Mr. Chair, the only reason that would be is if whoever is elected chair would have any, you know, issue with appointing Chris, or if Chris didn't want to do it no more, but once he agreed on the contract, I assume. But that's usually the chair's prerogative. I'm hoping it's something we can work out this year, maybe look at our bylaws that the secretary is appointed, you know, at a different time. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Demi's telling me that you could do a contract for a month or two, or we could do a contract where I think that there's a termination clause in there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, all of our standard services contracts have like termination language, standard termination language in there. So if for some reason, you know, say the new chair wants to structure it differently, or Chris doesn't want to do it anymore, you know, whatever, you know, we could terminate the contract for the next year, or we can just do a short-term contract that we get into effect before July, so that, you know, he can get paid for that meeting, and then you can take the new chair, or whoever can take the time that they want to kind of figure out what they want to do with the secretary position / contract. I mean, it's up to you all.
Mr. Chair?
Jared.
I don't think it's an issue, sign the contract. Anybody that could possibly end up being the chair in July isn't gonna appoint anybody other than Chris.
You're right. I don't see it happening either. I just don't.
No, but Derek, I was trying to be respectful of the position of the chair and not step on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not step on.
But I want the Bureau needs to sleep over it, and Debbie's absolutely right. I mean, you can put a clause in there, it's you know, contract subject to, you know, our bylaws, which says the chair appoints them, but it's not gonna be an issue, so.
Okay.
Do you guys need a motion or want a motion?
I don't think so. We'll just go ahead and start that contract process.
So, Mr. Chair, are we able to easily procure a Zoom account?
Or Ring Central or something?
Yeah, or do we have money that we can use to get better equipment?
Oh, yeah, the equipment.
So, Mr. Chair, again, what I suggest is that you guys and Chris work together and we can just build that into Chris's contract.
For people being able to hear better?
For equipment too?
I don't know about the equipment and what equipment you guys are referring to and what would be needed.
And
I can tell you, again, I know everyone's married to down here, the state library's got equipment and we can meet there. I know that they've got a room that's got equipment. I don't know what type of equipment we're talking. Are you talking about a phone line?
No,
Like
just
the
a
chair,
microphone, for example.
I think
Sorry,
we-
go ahead, John.
I was kind of thinking like a couple of microphones that you can connect to the USB port of the iPad, for example, that can be on different sides of the room.
So, Mr. Chair, to piggyback off of what John said, typically in a meeting room that has the appropriate equipment, heavy air quotes, it's usually like a phone system machine that's centrally located, but then there are auxiliary microphones that you can place around the room so that people can hear better. And so I think what Christy was saying is that the state library already has stuff like that. If you wanted a place you can have free meetings and da-da-da like this, or we're just not sure at this time, we can purchase that for this type of thing, but just to clarify.
Mr. Chair, we can ask if they have that here. We've never made that ask.
Well, yeah, that's a good thing to start with.
Mr. Chair, I will personally research what equipment we will need to do what we want to do. And before the next meeting, I'll have an answer as to what would be appropriate equipment for ensuring that people that call in can all hear the meeting.
And I've heard some people say a directional mic, just to pick up what each person is saying, might might solve that problem. I don't know.
Because this is a pretty, I mean, we're not in a large room, so an omnidirectional mic, like in the middle here, would literally get everybody at this table pretty good.
Does anyone know what that cost?
I don't think it would be that much.
$200-300 at the most.
It doesn't matter what it costs.
Well, I was debating whether I was just gonna buy one and donate it to the cause. That's why, but I didn't want to do that if it had $50,000 worth of equipment, you know?
You're already on the hook now.
But Dave Char sent me something, I think it was like $60-some, something like that from Amazon.
We probably need something.
Need that better than that.
Okay.
No, it's about $200-300, because I was looking for one for myself.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you guys do the research, we can also look in procuring that.
You should definitely see if they have stuff like that here, though.
Even if it's something, Christie, one of us could, you know, if there's not a way for you guys to do it, maybe it's something we could do as an OVRC representative or a member of the committee, and then submit reimbursement for it because it is committee business. So I don't know how that would work, but I'm just trying to give options, that's all, without getting too much into the weeds.
I'd be happy.
Mr. Chair, state procurement's probably the way, because if they needed this for meetings they were doing, they'd be able to
I agree.
to buy it, and we are a public entity, so if we need this to be able to accomplish our meeting, it needs to be provided.
Right.
Chair?
Yes.
Just one last thing. This is Dimitri talking, just as an FYI, internally, as an agency, for processing and getting contracts into place for July, if you do want to incorporate anything, equipment, if it's feasible, whatever, into the secretary contract, we have to have that in by the end of the month, in order to ensure that it's effective by July. That's, as an agency, every year, that's our policy. And that's what we tell all program people too. And that's the email that Christy was referring to that was sent out yesterday. It was a reminder, you need to get all of your contracts in by the end of this month to ensure that they go into effect in July. So I feel to say, whatever research and whatever's happening, that's great, but like, you know, if you can get it in sooner rather than later so we can get that contract together, that would be wonderful.
So, Mr. Chair, one more thing. I think if we work on Chris's contract and the Ring Central or whatever it is, the equipment we can purchase not separate from that contract. If you guys do some research on what we need, I can purchase that separate from the contract. So I think we're doing that. And Mr. Chair, I know you're moving this along. I just want to point out we've got 45 minutes and we've got one big, topic you see, and then I've got another topic too. So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I'm out of here at 2:45, so you're gonna lose your broadcast. Because I have an appointment at 3:30, I'm sorry.
Well, let's try and dive into the University of Cincinnati. I will say that as an update, the university did send to Sally a request for a couple of machines. One of them, a robotic machine, KAI Express, which is some kind of machine a robotic machine that cooks like some gourmet bowls or something that they are requesting. And then the other machine they requested is from Max Pizza Pub or whatever that they sent to Sally, which Sally sent it out to the university operators and to me, and I'm not sure who all was copied on there. I don't have everything right in front of me. So that happened. The other thing is the farmer's fridge thing continues to be somewhat of an issue. We did talk a little bit about this morning if that motion was accepted. I believe that motion was accepted. I don't know if Dave still had questions about it or where it was or where it was going. So I don't know, Dave, if you had questions as far as the motion.
Mr. Chair, I missed that. What motion are you talking about?
The one where Derek, the research to find out if.
Oh, yeah, I'm eagerly waiting to hear that.
So, Mr. Chair, I have some updates. And I could go from easy to hard or hard to easy. Let's go easy to hard. Can we go easy to hard?
Okay.
Okay, so the 10% discount Bearcat card, there was a letter that was sent out, and they turned it off, and that's in process. Farmer's Fridge. So a couple things have gone on. The university's asked for summer service for like 6 or 7 machines, and we've sent that out. In the meantime, Farmer's Fridge themselves have come out and said, no, there's not enough business to do summer service except for 2 machines. So let's set that aside. So then Sally and I talked to Farmer's Fridge, that Lindsay again, and I got some clarification from her again. And she said that she could talk a little bit more openly now. I don't know why, what changed in the last thing, but she says there's been no discussion amongst them at all to do subsidy contracts at the University of Cincinnati, meaning there's no subsidy at all. So again, us transferring those contracts from Airmark to the operators are just going to sit back and collect a commission. The $2,000 removal fee goes away January, and that's only if we want to remove the machine. Again, they're stating that even if it's moved or tried somewhere else, there's no fee. And if an operator gets in there and come February 1 says, I want this machine out of there, there is no penalty at all. So we even talked about meal swipes, and I honestly think that we can still do those machines with meal swipes too. It has nothing to do, it can come off of Aramark, has nothing to do with what's the company?
Transact.
Which we're working with Ohio State. So I think that this is, from what I'm understanding, it is completely a profitable business that's happening, that they could be a commission for the operator. She said, I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to think what else I was going at. They're making money. They are making money. And I said, oh, I know what I said. I said, so let me get this straight and memorialize it. If our operators get into a contract and it's non-subsidy, it's a statement of work, $0, and there's only $1,500 in 1 month for a machine, do they owe any money? No, it's a statement of work. At any point, does that contract just automatically switch to a subsidy? No, it would have to be a brand new contract.
A separate conversation and a separate
contract, at which point we could say, we're out. So the whole Farmer's Fridge thing, I don't see necessarily the risk in this, but I think that you guys need to think about this, take it back. I don't know, again, you can get some legal counsel yourself, you can, and write that off in the MOR. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's what we heard from her, and I'm very confident in that. They're being successful. Now, talking about research on other states, I reached out, Debbie reached out. It's a split bag imagine that with the Business Enterprise Program. You know, some states are like, yeah, first right of refusal. Some states are like, well, we still think we have priority over the vending machines. So then, like, Tennessee's supposedly the #1 SLA in the country, according to Blast. They said a couple things. They said, one, they have priority at colleges and universities, but they haven't gone into them. They have 9 machines at one university that has 30,000 people. So again, we, for better, worse, or indifferent, are a trailblazer for everything. Yay! So, what did you find out from the attorney network?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I reached out to a couple different attorneys, and then there's an attorney network for attorneys that deal with Randolph Shepherd, work for SLAs, that sort of thing. And so I got kind of also a split bag answer. The folks in California said that, like, when they get an opportunity like this or any other, they either accept it or they have even though it's not in rule or anything like that, they have an official waiver, and they get a proposal for said waiver, and they bring it to the bureau deputy, and then that gets brought to the committee and it voted on, and then it's basically like this pseudo contract that says, hey, you can go out and contract or whatever for 5 years, and then 6 months prior to that 5 years ending, you gotta come back and see if we're able to do it at this time, which is interesting. And I asked for samples and all that sort of stuff, but no one's got back to me yet. On the other hand, in Indiana, our neighbor state, they said that they are legally obligated to pass on an opportunity if one of two things: if they just find that it's not financially viable, which we do here too, I think, and then also two, if there's not an operator who's ready or likely to be ready soon to take on the opportunity. So they, in their state, their rules and laws and stuff, obligate them to give up that opportunity. Just it's gone, and so it's one of those things where they treat that as right of first refusal, and then you're just out. So I'm still putting in other inquiries to other states and stuff, but those were just the first ones that had gotten back. I did a case law search too, just to see if this had come up in any of the jurisdictions, and unshockingly, nothing came back that was on point in this arena, but that was the kind of research I had been able to do in preparation for the meeting.
And Mr. Chair, again, I think that, do we have the right to tell people that they can't have this service? Maybe we do. But, you know, there's 31 states that do not have priority in colleges and universities. We're one of 12 that do. We've made great progress. I think we're just going to have to try to figure out how to coexist. And I'm not saying giving away our priority. Again, Farmer's Fridge, I think, is pretty clear cut now. I wish we would have had this information last fall. I really do. We can't go back. We don't even want to go back. I think Farmer's Fridge, it's pretty cut and dry. Now, going on to the pizza and this other opportunity. Now that's another, I don't know what that looks like. I would like the operators to meet with these people and get the lowdown of what they're offering. You know, I will tell you, the Tennessee guy said to me, oh, those pizza machines cost $110,000. And then yesterday we found out from a guy that it cost $110,000 for a machine. But it's one of those things where, what's the model going to be? Is it going to be that you partner with that Max Pizza and they come in, and again, you get the revenue sharing of that? Or is it an expectation that the operator, or that we buy a machine, you guys go in, you stock the pizza, the pre-made pizzas, and all of that? The pizza and the ramen noodle machine that's gonna have a lot of further conversation.
Mr. Chair?
John?
I would be very interested to have the contact information on the Farmer's Fridge, the pizza, and the rice bowl machine. I would make contact. I would really like to try those at the Cleveland Post Office. I've spoke to several customers up there. Everybody would be super excited. Not one person had anything negative to say about it. And that would be a good test site, because I think we have enough business there that we wouldn't have any trouble with minimums or anything like that.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. And I have lots to say, but I want to make the motion first.
Okay.
I move that the SLA immediately take any actions necessary to ensure that all vending machines at the University of Cincinnati are only operated by BEP operators or by entities under contract with BEP operators.
All right. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll say.
Okay. Now we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair?
And now I can open it up for discussion. Christie?
I'm for that, but I can't force Dave or Seth to get into an agreement with the third party.
No. Precisely.
Yes.
Precisely. And you shouldn't be negotiating with Farmers Fridge either on their behalf.
I agree. So we're out, and you guys can do it. Thank you. And so you guys need to get into contact with them, and I agree, 100%. And that's why this pizza guy, we're not gonna, and the ramen noodle, we're gonna hand you guys that information.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank God. I'm sorry, I apologize, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted to get it, you guys wanted to get into the business of negotiating contracts for operators, and I was just beside myself.
I will be honest, we've
I
been too
apologize.
far into it, Derek, too far into it.
Absolutely, amen, thank you.
Mr. Chair, that stuff's really expensive as well, because I look good to the rollable hamburger thing, and just the rent on that machine is $5,000 a month.
Mr. Chair,
Dave.
I'm not really sure, I don't think the research was on the topic it was supposed to be on. The research that we asked for was how to get those farmer's fridge machines removed. No one suggested we spend $110,000 on pizza machines. Our problem with farmer's fridge is not the idea of farmer's fridge. It's the fact that they're on campus and operating before they even talked to us.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Dimitri talking. To clarify to Dave, at least in my research, I can only speak to for myself. That was the specific question that I was posing to the attorneys in my report out was, there's not an interest in this by the operators. And if that's not the case and they don't want to engage, what do you typically do in that, and what recourse do they have to get that, to stop that grantor, that entity from having it? That's how I phrased it. And that's what led into, they're like, well, this is what we do. And it's like, you either, in Indiana, you either want it or you don't. And in that state, based on how their rules are set up, if you don't want it, that's it. You don't have any say after that. So I should clarify my research. And in California, it was different. It was, if they don't want it, we still have priority, but they choose to waive it just for a specific amount of time, which is 5 years. If I find anything else out that's on point to your inquiry, I'm more than happy to write that up and send it out or report out at the next meeting. I just wanted to clarify that I at least was researching what you wanted.
Mr. Chair?
Jared.
And Debbie did address my specific question, not entirely, but, the question that our motion posed. So we used to do the same thing we would waive a cafeteria and say, but in 5 years you're gonna come back and, we do that too. And we do lots of different things with waivers, and you can do those things. One thing that irritated me lately is this right of first refusal thing. There's no such thing. It does not exist in Randolph-Sheppard law. It does not exist in our mini Randolph-Sheppard law here in the state of Ohio. No such thing.
And neither does waivers.
Huh?
Neither does waivers. It's true. We've made up the waiver thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And Mr. Jared, this is Dimitri. Excuse me, I'm joking, but Derek's right. That's not existing in here. And in the instances I was talking about, that's in their state rules. That's not in the federal code. So just a clarifier, like in Indiana where they're legally obligated, that's in their state rules where if they have it in their rules, it's a right of first refusal scenario, which is weird, but.
Is that the rules? Is that the administrative?
Around the program, the things that.
Okay, yeah. So that's like our mini Randolph-Sheppard. That's not their administrative rules.
Yeah, it's their mini.
Yeah, that's the one thing we need to do. Whatever works out with the operators, with Farmer's Fridge and pizza and all that, if they want to get into contract with them, that's all well and good. If they don't, that's well and good too. Cincinnati does need to be disabused of that notion of right of first refusal. That came right from their email to, I believe it was to Tanya, saying, oh yeah, we understand you guys get right of first refusal, so if you don't take it, we'll be able to take it to someone else. And that's not what happens, and they need to be told that very clearly, that that's not what happens.
So, Mr. Chair, so with that, let's just say the pizza or the robot, our operators choose not to get into business with them. You still want us to pursue to tell them that they can't have that service, or are you thinking that that's when we come back and as a group we discuss a waiver? Because if we're going to say that they can't have that service, and I'm fine with that, we just got to put a motion to that, and then we're fighting them. And that's not my decision, let's just point that out right now.
That's the motion I just made. I want us to follow the law, and the law says we have the priority, and the only vending machines that can be operated on that property is operated by blind vendors.
Or
Contracted.
contracted.
Contracted with Blindberg.
Mr. Chair, that's not true though, because.
What?
That's not true, because a washing machine is a vending machine.
Yeah.
So your
Gave up
comment's
Plan
not
B,
fair.
yeah, there's a lot of things that we give up, a lot of other stuff. And again, I'm fine with that, it's a fight, it'll be a fight.
Well, so Mr. Chair, my question is, are the Farmer's Fridge machines that were installed on campus last year and have been operating ever since, those are not contracted with us? Isn't it illegal for them to be there right now?
So Dave, I don't want to kick Farmer's Fridge out for then you guys to turn around and negotiate with them in. Why don't we just directly negotiate with them in, which is what Farmer's
Because
Fridge is for, UC is for, everyone is for. Why would we pick a fight?
We're not picking a fight.
And what they're going to
We're-
say
we're
too is that we
resolving
passed
one.
on it.
We're not picking a fight, we're resolving one. Those machines should have never been installed.
But they were. So we need to move forward. What's the process moving forward? That's what we have to decide. And the individual operators need to decide that.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we need a uniform understanding of our priority and how it's supposed to work. I've heard different things from different people, and I'm sure the Bureau thinks of it differently than we all do.
Mr. Chair, I think the issue here got complicated when a waiver was offered for Farmer's Fridge. And that's unfortunate because that complicates things immensely in this particular case. But I am dead certain that if vending occurs on state property, it's ours, period, and none other can exist. It's so cut and dry. It's absolutely cut and dry. If we don't determine that it's necessary to create the opportunity for a blind person to conduct vending, that's it. There is no other. They can't say, well, yeah, but what about pizza machines? Pizza machines are not viable. They're not, and that's it. They don't get to override our determination of what's suitable vending on that site. Maybe I need to, I love writing my papers. Maybe I need to write a paper describing this, but it absolutely cannot happen.
So, Mr. Chair, so you're saying if they request pizza machines
It's a different.
and we say no, that's not a viable option.
They can't have pizza machines.
So are you saying that we should do litigation on this because it'll wind up in litigation? They're not.
I'm not saying we should do anything. If we tell them, you can't have these vending machines here.
Yeah, and they do it.
But you
anyway.
can, if you'd like, you can go work out a deal with the existing operators, and they are unable to work out their existing operator deals, then they continue to run the machines. Yes, then we'll have to go to litigation.
Okay.
Or if they don't like our determination, they'll have to go to litigation with us.
Yeah, it's going to wind up in litigation.
It should.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
John, I really don't understand why you guys didn't just take the machine from the commission. When you're losing money for yourself just by being stubborn.
And
And I'll say that for the record.
And
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Chair.
to John, just like, let me make it clear, that the Farmer's Fridge, yes, I agree with you.
I'm just done with that specifically.
Yeah, the pizza and the robo and all that other stuff, it's so uncharted territory, but it's going to, and that's the other thing that I think that this committee needs to understand. This isn't just about UC, that you guys need to talk to every other operator on all the other campuses because they're coming. These requests are coming. So we need to make sure that, Ston and Becky and Tom Neal and Larry and Steve McMillan, all these people are on board and that there's a consistent way of dealing with this because it's coming.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Gary. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, and yes, it's between the operators and those different entities. There's probably different terms, especially like this pizza, that was a local shop. But there's probably different terms in different areas, and that's up for the operators to do. As far as talking to the operators though, yes, you guys shouldn't be involved in a negotiation contract, but you are there to consult. And when these opportunities come up, there are opportunities for you to sit down and help the operator to look at that stuff. But it's ultimately the operator's choice. whether to get into a negotiation with that entity and decide if that's what's best for their business.
And Mr. Chair.
Well, hold on.
Hang on, Derek was.
And also, and I've said this in the last meeting, and I'll say it again, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't go out and figure out if some of these opportunities aren't good ideas for our program.
Probably a really good idea.
I mean, maybe there are some things out there that are coming that we need to make ourselves aware of and figure out how we can participate in it. And do it like we talked about earlier. We would rather do it ourselves and make all the profit ourselves than take a paltry commission from somebody else doing it. I mean, let's research that stuff too, so that we have better offerings for the universities when they want more. And we should be doing that anyway, looking at new opportunities. I mean, we should be doing that anyway, just on the snack and pop front alone. I mean, but also on all the other things that are available.
Well, first off, I think it's inappropriate for a committee rep to just accuse other operators of being overly stubborn.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
Well, you stated it as a fact.
All right, we're not going to go there,
But
you
anyway,
guys.
like, I think we need to, my problem isn't with the idea of new machines like pizza or the rice bowls or whatever they actually serve in the other machines. My problem is not with the idea of trying those machines. My problem is in the process by which those machines end up on campus, run by somebody, contracted by somebody else. What is the appropriate process that's supposed to happen when UC wants a new kind of machine?
That's what we've been talking about.
Well, I know, but nobody's really identified
Mr.
the
Chair,
process.
if they want a new type of machine, they contact the Bureau. That's who their agreement's with. They say, hey, we heard this type of machine's out there. What would we would like to look into this. The Bureau contacts the operator and says, hey, this Max or whatever pizza, we're interested in that. At that point, it's up to the operator to say, okay, contact Max, you talk to them, you figure out if the terms are good, if you're on board with it. Maybe you look at other companies. Maybe Papa John's has a pizza machine or something that would have better terms. Or Pizza Hut or anybody.
Yeah, maybe NABM has something that's
Yeah.
an alternative.
You
Or maybe
find
we
out
as a
other
program
alternatives.
look at, is it something we can develop?
Yep.
Yes.
Or there's so many different things. And then at that point, it's up for the operator to decide if that's
Or
a
the
good,
program.
or a good fit. Not necessarily the program in some.
No, the program should, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say we should, I'm trying to say that the program should look at those opportunities first to see if we can maximize the benefit of doing these.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean, the
Yeah,
program.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
That's
thought you
the
meant the
first-
program got to
That's the first
decide.
best way to do it. But also, we can't tell an operator they can't contract with somebody. I mean, that's
No, we
absolutely
can't.
true anyway. I mean, if Dave decides he wants to open a Dunkin' Donuts at UC, we can't stop him.
That's true, because we
Absolutely.
have that now in the RSA approach, that is rule.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chair, my issue with the farmer's fridge machines that are currently on campus,
By the trash.
we had zero input on where the machines got placed. One machine is literally in the back of the building behind the snack bar that we used to run and don't anymore.
Which is one reason we don't want to give waivers for machines, because it creates all kinds of other problems and unintended consequences.
The waiver that was given for farmer's fridge was so basic, I seriously doubt it would even be legally binding.
Well, we'll find that out soon enough. Mr. Chair, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes, there is, and we need to do it before we lose.
Yeah, because Christie has
Yeah.
sounds like a big juicy one.
I think you're gonna lose your quorum.
Derek, yeah, we won't be able to make any more motions.
So I'll
Derek,
state it.
Yes.
Annette,
Yes.
John.
What was the motion again? Sorry.
The motion was for all operators, you
I move that the SLA immediately take any actions necessary to ensure that all vending machines at the University of Cincinnati are only operated by BEP operators or by entities under contract with BEP operators.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I think we have that. Okay, and then Chris.
I have to apologize to those listening because I need to leave And you're getting the feed through my iPad, and I'm not gonna leave it behind. So I apologize, I'm gonna have to cut the transmission off.
We'll have better equipment next meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Sal.
Can I throw one more item quickly on the floor for a motion before Annette comes out? It's an easy one.
Okay.
Johnny Mac's TBOA is ending at the end of May, and we're asking just to extend it through July. This is for the Akron sites, and it's just to get us through the posting.
Oh, I'm all for that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yep.
So that was Annette and John? Annette
Yeah,
made the
that'll
motion
work.
officially?
That'll work.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's the big juicy topic that I'm missing?
So it's staffing.
Oh,
sit
shit.
your butt
I mean,
down.
shoot.
Sit your butt down, Annette.
I know it.
I'll be really quick, really quick, trying to. So, Jen Mead is leaving, we are going to backfill her. The other position I would like to backfill is Bill Radcliffe, but not in Cincinnati. I want to bring it to Columbus. And that person, again, then that would eliminate Tanya, Scott, and Lynn from having Columbus ones. That person would be over Schaefer, all of this stuff that's about to come out, but also help with transitions, kind of like that floater position. That, right now, a lot of the Schaefer right now is handled by Amy. Amy is going to be technically leaving BE, but not completely. She's going to be over reporting and budgets and payments for all of BSBI. She's going to directly report to Greg. So I need the Schaefer, and again, it's my understanding Chrissy's step, and then it was LT, and then it was Sally and Amy when they were consultants, Schaefer was half their job, they had Columbus. Let me also tell you guys that, again, Bill is at the very high level of the pay, this is gonna be entry level. So that's what, and one of the things why I'm bringing it here today too is that if we can post and hire and train 2 people instead of having it 2 different times, that saves a lot of time and resources as well.
I have a
I
question.
threw that out really quickly, didn't I?
Yeah, I have a question, Christie. I
Yep.
thought we already replaced Bill's position when we hired 2 consultants. I think it was in the July meeting, July or September. When we moved to hire 2 consultants for the Columbus area, and that's one of the things, you had said that we were replacing Bill's position to put 2 consultants in Columbus.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That actually replaced, at one point, we had, it was Jeremy Kaler, Jessica Henderly, and then Amy was the other consultant before she became the reporting manager. So the Orville and Lindsay replaced like Jessica and Jeremy, basically.
So
And then we've just done away with what was Amy.
The second consultant in Cincy, which again, I don't think we need a second consultant in Cincy.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so we have 7 areas, right? And we want to have 1 consultant for all of those areas except Columbus, where we want 2, making a total of 8 consultants, is that correct?
It'll be 3.
Why the hell we need 3 in Columbus?
I agree.
Mr. Chair, the third person wouldn't be assigned like a whole group of facilities. Usually they have, maybe Ohio State. But then they're also responsible for covering any vacations or medical leaves, so they really fill in around the state so we're not bombarding all of the other areas of taking over a whole new caseload.
And they can help with transitions. The transitions are getting more complicated with colleges and universities. They, again, can be over the Schaefer warehouse process and the new process here. But they would have they wouldn't have a full caseload here, but they would have how many sites that right now Lynn and Scott and Tanya are dealing with.
Mr. Chair, I think Lynn has 3 or 4, Tanya has Shelby, Scott has Off the Roads. health department.
Mr. Chair, there's 72 facilities currently. That's what, 7 or 8 facilities per consultant? I mean, the numbers aren't adding up somewhere here.
Mr. Chair, it depends on location. Like, for instance, there aren't many facilities in Toledo, say. But in Columbus, there's quite a bit.
No two facilities are the same either.
Oh, I
Like, there might-
understand that. There's some, well,
Some are more
well,
challenging and some are.
absolutely, and some need no attention at all. And
Right,
and the
that's
vast
right.
majority of them need no attention at all relative to some of the others. I understand. I mean, you know, and as appreciative as I am that OOD is going to begin to cover the management salaries, that's wonderful. And I know it's for a minimum of 2 years, it might even be beyond that, and that's great. That helps considerably in some of the things we want to try moving forward. Those pizza ovens ain't cheap, you know. That's too much, though, in terms of consultants. We don't need, I mean, there was a time when consultants had 15 facilities apiece, and we're whittling it down to where it's 7 or 8 per consultant. And we've eliminated a lot of the busy work that used to be associated with it. I mean, the amount of paperwork that's associated with a consultant in their facilities now has been diminished. The operation of the OVG and everything diminishes their interaction considerably. The new more efficient equipment inventory protocols are, you know, all of it. The fact that you don't have to go out in the field as much anymore. I mean, we just don't need that many. And I don't mean to sound ungrateful that, you know, the management part's been taken off our backs, but I don't think we need to jump into 8's sufficient, I believe. I don't believe 9 is necessary for the task at hand.
Mr. Chair,
John,
so you're wanting to have another consultant come who's only going to do one facility essentially, so that's one facility.
What?
It doesn't make any sense. You're saying the third person's going to basically only do one facility, so the other two should be doing more than they're doing.
The position would have probably 5 or 6 facilities. They would have Schaefer. It'd be a floater when people are out. It would help with transitions. That's what, and again, prior to the pandemic, what happened was that Amy was promoted and we were on point to replace that position, to have 3. And then the pandemic happened. And I get that we're still expanding. These colleges and college campuses, they're a lot of work. Our consultants are now out in the field 3-4 days a week. There's stuff going on all the time with Schaefer. The huge thing here with the new expansion and all of that.
Not in Columbus, though. I'm sorry, I don't feel that Columbus is really
So
expanding.
let me ask you this. We also have another AP that's vacant. What if I went back and tried to say to Greg, maybe we can take that vacant AP that we're also planning on backfilling, Kelsey Santangelo's, maybe we can take that off to the management and get that other floater for Columbus here. Would that make it more palatable?
Nope. That's why.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair's on the phone. Yeah, we don't have a quorum anyway, so we don't have a quorum.
you're good, Derek.
I'm curious about what the intention is with the management, because if we thought that the management payroll was going to be covered indefinitely, I would say you can have 12 if you want. But without any assurances like that, I don't think it is good to continue to spend more money when we have so many. I mean,
You can't just have it. You're drowning right now, and you have like one area manager. Okay, we're done.
But you're going to get, and that's the other thing. You are going to get another area manager.
That isn't boots on the ground now. They're having to manage all this thing, and it's just,
I mean,
Apparently, I'm not explaining the need well enough.
when will you get the other area again?
That's not posting until October,
Okay.
Which means they won't start till
December, January.
March.
March, yeah.
And
2047.
And that's the other huge component of this, because of all the hiring that the department's doing. There is this massive 2-year thing, HR is backed up, and they are now trying to, I mean, they're hiring a lot of counselors and CAs, so our opportunity and window of our opportunity of posting and filling is very narrow.
Well, I mean, I believe that our expenditure for staff, including management and administrative and consultants, has always, in the last 10 or 15 years, been too high. And there are better ways to do that. If the management services portion is going to be taken off of our plate, that makes it easier to expand the other areas. But I don't want to get in a position where we expand, like a new area manager and now additional consultants and continuing the administrative staff at the level it is. After 2 years, you're going to come back and we're going to be on the hook for all of that again. And we're not necessarily going to be in the place to do that.
With less operators than we've ever had before.
With less operators than we've had. And hopefully that's going to change. Hopefully we're going to start trending back up with number of facilities and number of operators and so forth. And we're also, it's my understanding we're going to lose our training manager. And we're going to have to really look hard for somebody to take that place, because the crisis facing our program right now is recruitment and training of new operators. We ain't going nowhere without better operators coming into the program. So I sympathize with your need for organizing people's responsibilities differently to do them with less stress. But at the same time, I don't want to position us to end up in worse shape than we were before, when we become responsible for the entire staff payroll again in 2 years. Unless we can get some assurances that the management services portion will, not management services, the management portion will be the state's responsibility moving forward. Which, by the way, it was prior to 2002. It was the state's responsibility for all of the payroll.
So, Mr. Chair, I get it, but there has to be a line item, and I can't predict what the DUI money is going to be. It's based off of.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I mean, that's where it's coming from.
Yeah, I get all of that.
Line item.
Well, so you understand why we need to be cautious, because it's just as unpredictable for us as it is for you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I don't know if this helps things either, but we're also the program is getting a lot of money to replace equipment that we would have to be using set aside dollars to replace. I mean, they're not making parts for Dixie Narcos anymore. They're not making parts for AP machines or Nationals. So like the next,
That's going to help our operating costs.
Right, so like I'm just saying,
It's going
all of those,
to lower our operating costs for several years.
$5.6 million that will not come out of BE budget. And like,
It's going to reduce our expenditures with
consultants do not
Schaefer.
make
It's going to,
millions of dollars. So like, you're kind of saving money there, and like all this investment is going to save us money and like be able to like boost our cash balance and boost everything else. And with me not being over Schaefer, I know that no one really knows what goes on there, but it's a lot of hours, and it's a lot of like labor intensive hours. So it's not something that, we could ask, hey Lynn, can you drive down from Toledo and like go to Schaefer, or Scott, can you drive in from Dayton? Because it's, I spent 8 hours there before and still had to come back the next day to get things done. So that's pretty like labor intensive to put on a consultant that already has like a full workload. So that's just some things like to really think about with this, is it's not that we're saying like we're giving people less facilities to like take stress off. There's gonna be a lot of additional work coming up that will need done, that we need to have someone to do.
Mr. Chair?
John?
Just out of curiosity, how many days a week are the other consultants driving into Columbus?
It depends what's going on, really.
Generally speaking, I get that.
I don't know. Couldn't answer that. One thing to consider is that colleges and universities are a lot more work on a consultant than say a rest area to do all the site visits.
Well, I've suggested before, and I don't know if it's a good idea or not, I think you need one consultant for all 30 canales. I just don't,
I'll do that, John.
Huh?
I said, I'll do that, John.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, hell, I mean,
I don't know.
and that leaves 40 facilities for 8 consultants. That's 5 per. And I understand there's other things going on, but, and I know you guys have worked to the bone without that second area manager and everything, and I know that I do get all that. But I also understand that our numbers are shrinking and that there's no guarantee for our budget moving forward, and we just have to be careful.
I'm trying to find out exactly how much money we're talking about.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, well, you're probably only talking about $15,000 a year.
Right.
I get that.
John?
It's really hard for us because most of us don't need the consultants the way some people need them. So it's kind of, I get that as well. Because I don't talk about consultants that much.
I mean, maybe we should look into creating.
15,000.
You know me.
Maybe we need to look into creating a different kind of position that covers some of the additional stuff that needs to be done that isn't necessarily consultant work. I mean, you know, maybe dump you need the other area manager. I just won't argue that one. You need a secondary manager, and I'm glad you guys are
Bless
covered.
you.
But, I mean, take one of the administrative positions, get rid of it and create something else that's a hybrid of what Amy's not gonna be doing anymore and what the administrative, at least create something maybe different.
I don't understand how so many hours are going into Shaper. Are you guys going and repairing machines? Or, I mean, I doubt Shaper needs oversight, that much oversight.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Mr. Chair, it's $15,975. That's what we're asking for.
At the starting point?
Huh?
At the starting point, but that increases over the years, right?
Yeah, that's the starting point. And Derek, I hear what you're saying. In order to come up with a new position, to create that, to create a new PD, work with the union, that's talking probably at least a year.
Well, we can't do anything today anyway, and I suspect.
So we're gonna have to make a decision of probably holding off on replacing Jen, which is gonna really put us in a bind to have this conversation again, or post Jen's, and then hopefully we can have this conversation and post another person. And then again, we have people coming from other areas. Things are just not gonna get done, like, we're not allowed to offer overtime.
You know, somebody else is gonna resign in June, right?
Who?
No, I don't mean I know something. I mean, just because that's the way shit works.
That is her luck.
Every time we get fully staffed, someone leaves.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Sally?
I said, every time we get like fully staffed, somebody leaves.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's just
Or
the way
goes
the
on
universe
medical leave,
works,
or-
yeah.
And cursed. But it's 3:00.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we can't even make a motion to adjourn, so.
I'm gonna turn into a
I'm
zombie.
going to make a decision. We are adjourned.
Okay.
So, thank you, everybody.